Com o feminismo, não só elas fazem agroecologia, mas também criam animais de pequena espécie, como aviários, usando rações naturais e não rações tóxicas. E também produzem fogões, poupa lenha para poupar a lenha e o carvão, porque mesmo assim as matas não só o extrativismo, mas as pessoas também tinham mais hábitos de destruir as florestas. Então, neste momento, elas também já têm fogões feitos de barro para poupa lenha e carvão, além da agroecologia, a alimentação sem veneno, como elas dizem. Então, é este o papel que tem sido da ICONE, de mobilizar para que as mulheres tomem conta, cuidem do ambiente e cuidem da saúde delas.
Our work on agroecology is to mobilize for women to be at the forefront in the struggle for the environment, and not only when it comes to produce non-toxic foods through agroecology, but animal raising as well, small size of animals that are very small size. But we also produce small stoves produced by natural organic material and so on, because this also helps the community not only to propose an alternative, but also the community continues to preserve the environment themselves, and the women are doing that through the work that we do in Mozambique.
Então a ideia é que elas cuidem do ambiente, cuidem da saúde e cuidem do próprio corpo delas.
So the idea is for that women take care of the environment, take care of their own health, but also their own bodies.
I mean, deforestation has been a significant problem in Mozambique, and at the African Climate Summit, we spoke a lot about clean cooking. I think that's what Olga is referencing there. But at the same time, Total is giving a lot of money to NGOs in Mozambique, almost $500 million. So, what does Hikone think about this? Is it easy for Mozambican NGOs to resist this, or are they going to take this money and try to still have some kind of independence? What do you think?
Total está a dar muito dinheiro à sociedade civil, cerca de meio bilhão de dólares. E o que a Icone pensa disso? Não, vai ser fácil a sociedade civil moçambicana resistir a este dinheiro, ou vai cair na ratoeira e usar este dinheiro e enfraquecer as suas lutas?
Bem, eu já estive, pessoalmente já estive em alguns encontros da Total, em que falou desses milhões de dólares para a sociedade civil. Eles têm anualmente um encontro que tem com as organizações para falar de direitos humanos. E no último encontro que estivemos em dezembro do ano passado, eles falaram dos milhões de dólares, mas também estava um consultor que dizia que não sabia qual seria o impacto da Total financiar organizações. Apesar de que há algumas organizações que já estavam envolvidas com a Total, mas que a Total também já começou a tirar algum dinheiro, né, para algumas organizações em Cabo Delgado e algumas empresas. Porque, na verdade, em Moçambique há uma discrepância, há uma confusão entre associação e empresa. Então, algumas empresas, com o nome da associação, têm conseguido fundos da Total, principalmente para a formação profissional. Porque não é associação, mas a Total considera como associação, as pessoas também apresentam-se como associação, mas são empresas. Então, talvez essas pessoas que confundem, essas organizações que estão confundidas entre a associação, a organização da sociedade civil e a empresa, vão aceder facilmente a esse fundo. Mas organizações da sociedade civil que estão muito claras sobre aquilo que é o seu papel de advocacia, elas vão conseguir resistir, não vão conseguir negar esse fundo.
In the Mozambican context, there is a little bit of confusion between companies and NGOs to some extent. So Total is some companies with NGOs designations use their this confusion to get some funds from Total. But these NGOs, these so-called NGOs, some of them have been receiving already those millions that you mentioned. But I believe that some others will be able to resist the temptation and continue fighting for what they're actually proposing. And I have attended one of the meetings that Total organizes. They organize meetings with the civil society, and one of the consultants actually mentioned about this challenge of maintaining independence when you get money from Total. That's just paraphrasing.
I mean, Babita, I'm sure you can understand the kind of pressures that are on NGOs in Mozambique right now, and I'm sure that Mauritius has gone through very similar challenges, with a lot of money flowing not from multinationals but from South Africa. And how has this money changed the general outlook of the Mauritian, the way they see life, and maybe how they hold on to their indigenous values and Mauritian identity, if I can put it that way? Maybe we also switch on.
Thank you. Definitely, the dominant hegemony about growth and development that South Africa is bringing with investment tends to kind of blindside a high number of the working population, particularly because there's always the economic's precarity is based on fear and insecurity. So it's always about jobs, always about businesses. However, obviously, it's, as you mentioned, there are the local people in certain areas where the land is being stolen, right? Where the villas are being built for the foreigners. These are the people realizing that what is being taken from them, okay? So it's a very grassroots struggle against the businesses, against the dominant discourse, against the overarching capitalist dominance. So we do have grassroots resistance, particularly from villages, right? Because they are the ones losing their land, but also we have ecologists leading the fight now. We have very, very environmentally sensitive areas like the wetlands that are under threat of becoming completely urbanized and indigenous forests becoming erased. So the struggle is on, and people are embracing the idea. People are becoming more and more aware of how our sensitive areas are under threat, and particularly as a result of the floods we have been experiencing on a regular basis. So in terms of Mauritian identity as such, people still have to kind of wake up a lot, and that's our task, our job, to get them to understand as activists. And I think more and more of the populace is coming to terms with what we can call, in between inverted commas, the invasion. We are in a very complex context in Mauritius, because not only is it financial colonization from South Africa and sponsored migration. We also are in a context where India is playing a geopolitical game, right? So we have become financially dependent on India due to a very high debt that the government has contracted, and these connections are played upon through cultural links, cultural diasporic ties. So we have contending forces. So FOCARS and Résistance Alternative, their slogan, I am Mauritian, Mauritianism, is really, an attempt to build the idea of being connected to a land, whereas those outside forces are using diasporic links, stating, India is the land of our forefathers, India is caring for us by giving us a massive debt. So, yes, not only debt, but potentially military occupation through Agalega Islands. So yeah, so our party, our organization is building that concept of Mauritianism based on our shared culture and shared history.
So the pressures that Mauritius and Mozambique are facing are very similar to what is going on in Senegal right now, with Senegal being the latest country to start pumping oil. And this is going to be a very interesting thing to see as these pressures are brought to bear on these countries, new money, so to speak. And in the case of Senegal, what happened is a good part of the country said, we've been suffering for too long. We hope that this oil money is going to come and transform our fortunes and so on. But at the same time, there were also some who were apprehensive and all of that. Obviously, looking at the percentages that have been offered to Senegal in the deals that have been signed, I think Senegal has something like 5% of the dividends. And so what do you do with 5%? And so Fadel has been working on these issues for a while. And so Fadel, what are the potential impacts of these oil investments on the traditional fishing culture of Senegal?
Nena baal wolof voilà nena ban impact le exploitation pétrole et gaz bi am ci nu mu tudd ci pêcheurs yi surtout les communautés pêcheurs.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
Good morning all. My name is thank you very much.
Madame français wala
waaw pour la ci neex rek.
kon maa ngi nuyu ñëpp.
I'm greeting you.
di rafetluwaat jotaay bi ak invitation bi.
I really appreciate this invitation and this meeting.
Voilà, comme ni mu ko laajee rek exploitation pétrole bi ak gaz bi si pêcheurs yi dafa fekk ne loolu rek mooy seen dund.
This impact will be great certainly because it is the basic of their livelihood.
xamuñu leneen te mu fekk mu am lenn lu daloon seen kaw muy loolu ñuy wax changement climatique.
They don't know anything else than fishing, and also one of the first issue that they had was climate change impacting the fishery.
ba tax na li ñu doon am si jën fi mu nekk nii mënatuñ ko am.
Meaning that today they don't have real income, on fishing.
mu dolli ko si nag léegi exploitation pétrole bi ñëw moo andi tiit moo xamante ne dañ ko am parce que exploitation bi commencé bu.
If today we see that there is an exploration and also fishing, in this gas and oil mining, so that means their fear is being greater and greater.
Parce que loolu mooy tax nag ñun organisation yi ñun ñoo jóg di wax ak ñoom parce que pêcheurs yi xamaguñu danger bii nar a jëm si seen kaw.
That's why we, the civil society organization, so we try to be the link between the fisher communities and the state because the fishing communities don't know the real danger and what is happening very soon.
moo tax organisation yu mel ni suñu yos ak yeneen ñu ngi wër biir Sénégal yëpp di waxtaan ak pêcheurs yi pour ñu xam lii jëm si seen kaw ak danger bi général.
That's why we are doing the whole country, trying to meet these communities and explaining them what might be really the danger.
Parce que gis nañu pétrole exploitation bi fi mu am feneen man mii dem naan delta du Niger gis naa ak sama bët li fa xew.
We have seen in other countries like Nigeria. I myself have been to Nigeria and have seen it by my own eyes what is the impact of that on the environment, also on the livelihood of fisher communities.
Gis nañu tam feneen ak feneen li fa xew lu mel ni ay marée noire ba yàq géej gi yàq pêche bi.
We have seen them in other countries that's when there is pollution, so that the whole sea is polluted and also the fishery is also suffering from that.
léegi nag maintenant pêcheurs yi ñu ngi commencé di organiser wu parce que xeex bi ñoom ñoo ko mënal defal seen bopp ñun li ñuy mën rek mooy wan leen yoon bu ñu paree ñoom ñu xeex ñun ñu nekk ci gannaaw mais ñun mënuñu nekk ci kanam.
Now we are seeing that the fishers are organizing themselves because what we can do is just to make them aware of these issues, but we cannot do the struggle in their place. They have to do it themselves.
Donc voilà, c'était un peu ça.
And you received the first part of this exhibition and workshop that we are organizing now, the first part from Johannesburg to Dakar. You coordinated the installation that we did in the Banyi Municipal Library. Can you tell us what was the experience like? What are some of the emotions? Can you just share with the audience some of the emotions that we spoke about and saw in the visitors when that happened?
Une exposition bi ñu njëkk a def ko Dakar nee na fekkee nga ko gis nga ni mu demee non seulement ça mais aussi yow organiser nga ko fële ci Bargny ci communauté yi te ji est-ce que mën nga ñu wax ñoom nan lañ ko gisee ak yan sentiment nga yëg ci ñoom ci seen taxawaay ci loolu.
exposition bi dafa nekk lu am solo parce que bi ñu ko defee Dakar def ko Saint-Louis ñëw Bargny communauté yi dañuy gis ne ndekete métit bi ngay am yow ak ñeneen yéen a ko bokk.
The real thing was that the community have seen this kind of exhibition being in universities in Dakar, and when it's happened to their areas, it means there is the feeling of solidarity, meaning that what we are feeling or as problem, some others are sharing that with us.
Parce que parfois boo nekkee ci sa gox rek ngay dund benn mbir mu am keneen ku koy dund loolu dina la permettre nga xam ne ndeke adduna bi noonu la bindoo fenn fu si nekk te lépp benn dénominateur commun bi mooy changement climatique.
So that means when you are suffering in your corner and you see that from other places this is happening, so the first feeling is that you have to be linked with some others and seeing that you are not the only one that, and it is climate change is something that linked us in this struggle.
boo seetee bu ñu la wanee baykat yi nga gis ne mënatuñu bay parce que seen suuf mu ngi xorom mënatuñu bay parce que sécheresse nga dem ñu wan la pêcheurs yi mënatuñu napp parce que géej gi am na xorom élevation au niveau de la mer ba mënatuñu napp ñoom ñëpp mais nga gis ne du rek Sénégal ñu ngi lay wan sécheresse bi au niveau de Burkina di la wan Togo war la kii donc loolu dafa nekk lu ñu apprécier parce que tax na ñu xam ne mbir mi ñu dal du ñun rek la dal.
Okay, so the fact that they have get information from other countries and the impact of climate change on fishery, also in farming, so in other countries too, that give them certain strength, to struggle and to see that we are not the only one to be impacted by that, and maybe that should be there is a commitment that comes out of that.
Donc bu ñu dellu si waatee nag tey boobu Sénégal la woon mais bu ñu dellu see fii Afrique du Sud ñu gis ne waa Mozambique ñu ngi fii gis ne waa Maurice ñu ngi fii waa Nigéria dañuy gën a suñu xel day gën a dalaat parce que Afrique tant que demuñu ba ñun ñëpp ñu doon benn bloc mbir mi day gën a metti si ñun.
If you come today and see that some other countries are talking about this issue and also presenting the impact, so that gives us a feeling of that we have to be more committed and we are the only one to change it.
Il faut ñu xam ne tey lii ñëw nii te du dellu gannaaw kanam rek la jëm mais il faut qu'on soit solidaire. Il faut ñu am benn solidarité bi entre nous Africains parce que du fait que coono bi ñu nekk du ñun ñoo ko yóbbee suñu bopp dafa am ñu ko teg donc faw ñu waxandoo ensemble pour que ñu mën ñu dégg.
What we need is solidarity because we know that we have been impacted and we are not the one. I mean, Africa is representing 4% of the whole issues, and so that means some others have done it so that we today live the issues, and so that means we have to talk in one voices, in one voice and in a solidarity meaning, yes.
Parce que bu dee sunu gouvernement yi ñoom mën nañoo déggoo mën nañu ànd di dem mais lii des mooy nun communauté yi il faut que ñuy demlante pour man gën a solidaire ci sunu biir parce que parfois sunu gouvernement yi mën nañu bañ a yóbbu sunu ay doléances yoo xamante ne donc ñun ñu fexe nuñ ko mën a porter sunu bopp.
We know that our governments are not talking for us, not for our interest too, so it is for us as community to interact, to have a link and to bring some network and we know that this climate is not going back, it is increasing.
Au niveau du Sénégal commencé nañ ko parce que li olof di wax bay ci sa wewu tànk avec l'accompagnement de la Fondation Rosa Luxembourg Dakar dans tout le pays. Le Sénégal compte 46 départements dans chaque département fexe nañu ba am fa benn point focal pour que ñun ñëpp ñu mën a waxandoo loolu nag ni mu nekk Sénégal la war a fexe yaatu ba nekk dans toute l'Afrique.
We have started this work in Senegal because in all departments, we have 46 departments for 14 regions. In each department, we have one focal point, somebody who is really standing for the struggle, so that we can link together and work. And it is the hope that we have in each country that the same dynamic goes.
Okay. And we also just want to hear a bit from Amadiba Crisis Group. What are some of the pressures that you face, and why did you choose to reject this development that was being brought into your community, and what are the alternatives that you prefer, and do you have a sense that this is shared by the members of your community?
Good morning, everyone. In Gwamatiba, we have a problem of the government who think that we don't know anything about development. So when we have the IDP, so our local municipality, they always come with their own agenda. So in Amatiba, we have our own things we want. We promote agroecology and ecotourism. The development that we stay for even in our young generations. Not the development that will talk maybe 5 years then gone, we live without food. So one of the things we do there, we have we create educational awareness where we bring youngsters and invite elderly people to teach them what the connection between us and environment, because what we have in Amatiba, we have learned. So the adult people, they always show and tell the youngsters that to have learned, what does it mean? The food we eat are from the land, because one of the young people, they think the food is from Boxer or ShopRite. If you ask them, where do you get this? From the ShopRite. They don't know, they do not understand. You need to plant, because people, they always say, what you eat is what you will look like. So if you eat the GMO food, obviously you will get more disease. But if you eat the organic food, always your life will always healthy. So the government now in Amatiba, because the people, they reject the mining, the proposed mining in Kolobeni, they push the N2 toll road from Rebecca to Devon. The people of Amatiba are divided into two sections, the inland and the coastal. So the coastal one, they said, no, the road must be in the middle, so that even if you are from inland, you will be benefit the road. But the Sandral and the government and the pro-mining people, they push to 3 km from the Sandral, so that it will be easy to take titanium to Richards Bay. That is one of the challenges we face in Amatiba.
And do you think that this resistance can be sustained?
Yeah, as long we always, and whatever we do, we invite the elderly people, because young people now, they always looking the job opportunity. They do not know that sometimes the job opportunities are from the land. I think also the education system, they teach them to have papers into your hands, then you apply for the job, not teaching them to have able to make your own things to survive.
I mean, what he's saying there is really important, and it's similar to what Ndivile was saying yesterday, that when blacks were pushed into a very tiny portion of the country, the ability to farm simply was completely taken away from them. And this meant that, just like with the water workshop that we saw in the afternoon, you always have to buy all the food that you eat, or most of it. or you have to buy all the water that you drink due to the challenges that municipalities have now and so on. And so, climate reality, is this in line with the work that you do? Do you find echo in a lot of these testimonies and responses that have been shared with us today?
So as ACRP, we have around 2,000 climate reality leaders across the continent. So we have 2,000 climate reality leaders across the continent. So, and we really focus on amplifying those voices and those stories. So even like the exhibitions, the films, it's something that we're really passionate about as well. So that's why we're so happy to be here. So, and a lot of these stories echo exactly what everyone is reflecting. We also are very keen on climate education. So that's something that we identify with as well. We are really passionate about taking the climate science and linking it to lived experience and saying that one is not better than the other. We, as you were saying yesterday, you know, we're not going to question other people's experiences because of the science and other way around as well. And then lastly, in terms of the finance work that we do a lot of work around development finance and development finance institutions and the work that South African finance institutions are doing on the continent. So the Fair Finance Coalition that we're part of, we also are one of the organizations, part of that coalition is Justice Ambiental, who's in Mozambique, doing a lot of work on the Cabo Delgado issue, which is also partly financed by South African financial institutions. So we're doing a lot of work on especially making sure that the institutions in this country are not going out onto the continent and investing in fossil fuels and that kind of thing. So yeah, just thank you again for inviting us into the space.
Thanks, Courtney. And just one last question before we take a final round here. Charles, why don't we have the kind of variety that we see in the villages in our supermarkets? Why is that, and is that a good thing for our environment and our flora and fauna?
Thank you so much, Roland. It's a terrible thing. The fact that our food system is concentrated in certain areas of the country makes it so precarious. And it's definitely unable to deal with the climate shocks that we are seeing. An example, there was a frost in parts of Mpumalanga in the Free State. That single frost over a few days destroyed over 30% of potato production in South Africa. That means the price of potatoes is going to go up by about 50 to 60%. A 10 kg bag is going to cost over 200 rands. So we desperately need a transition in our food system. That's one of the things that the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign has been working around, envisioning what we call a triple transition, a transition of the current agro-industrial system, a transition of small-scale farming, a transition in how we manage our ocean commons, keeping in mind that we are living in the time of the 6th mass extinction. In terms of the Climate Justice Charter movement, Roland, it's a special day for us today. We are celebrating 4 years since the Climate Justice Charter was launched in 2020, which is actually the first Climate Justice Charter in the world developed here in South Africa by activists. It's been endorsed now by 288 different organizations and counting. So there's still so much work that needs to be done. Yesterday you spoke about systems change. One of the things we talk about in the Charter are systemic alternatives for transformative change. In other words, we have to ground the idea of systems change. If you're talking about systems change for the water commons, what does that look like? If you're talking about systems change for the transport system, what does that look like? If you're talking about energy, how do you build community-based and socially owned renewable energy systems that don't perpetuate the current models of exploitation? So it's just part of the tremendous work that we all have to do. We might have different tactics, different approaches, but as long as we are working together and not in silos and ensuring that we feed into each other's work, we feed into each other's struggles, then I think all of us are on the right path. And thanks again to you and RLS for bringing us all here to have these important conversations. Thank you.
I see Courtney smiling there very broadly because you're also at the beginning of this process, the Climate Justice Charter. Shall we have one last round without over-romanticizing the capacity of small organizations to resist the pressures that multinationals place on us, the money that they throw at the weak links within our communities. What do we see as the long-term outcome of some of these pressures in all our countries with the kind of inflows that we are getting right now? And do we think that long-term people are going to continue to support these alternatives that we are promoting? I'll start with you, Babita, and then go clockwise.
Thank you. I don't think it is necessarily romanticizing or kind of idealizing our struggle. The reality of the climate crisis is awakening a lot of the ecological conscience of the youth. And when we have children now living in a context where their future is being put at stake, and from a very young age, we are witnessing floods in Mauritius where the dead, the tombs are coming into our homes. I mean, young people, the whole populace is awakening. In fact, those multinationals need to be scared, to be honest, because the people are understanding, are realizing what is at stake. So our struggle is getting recognition, is being valued, and that is why the mainstream parties in Mauritius want to ally with us, want us in the next elections. That never happened before. Okay, and we are the ecologists that broke down the barriers, kicked out the companies. Okay, so it's great, and we're doing it.
Sem romantizar a luta, como é que vê o futuro dessas alternativas que nós propomos como agroecologia, tendo em conta a pressão que existe dessas grandes empresas? Como é que vê o futuro da luta da ECONE para implementar a agroecologia em Moçambique?
Sim, em Moçambique, sem romantizar, não é fácil. É preciso resistir, porque não é só a pressão da indústria extrativa, a pressão da produção de monoculturas e agronegócio e o negócio de imobiliária. Então, é uma resistência em que as organizações têm que lutar contra essas, porque são várias coisas por cima da agroecologia. E a agroecologia precisa de terra. As mulheres para produzir precisam de terra. E as empresas que estão agora, a pressão dessas empresas, a pressão dos negócios é maior num país em que o governo dá mais interesse ao negócio em detrimento daquilo que são os direitos humanos das comunidades. Então, estamos num país, neste momento, Moçambique é um país, graças a Deus agora temos eleições, mas não sabemos como vai ser, mas virou um país em que o povo, o governo, só olhava para aquilo que é negócio. Se chegasse uma organização a dizer que quer produzir e quer usar a metodologia da agroecologia, o governo ia preferir o agronegócio, monoculturas, ia preferir a indústria extrativa, ia preferir o negócio de imobiliária. Só para verem até que ponto é que nós estamos resistindo. Estamos num país em que estamos resistindo a tudo aquilo que é a violação dos direitos e a preferência pelos negócios, pelos decisores, em detrimento daquilo que são as necessidades da população.
Without romanticizing our struggles, we are indeed already struggling, because we are struggling, we are resisting, because we are fighting in a context in which the government only favors the big business, the big extractivist company, the monoculture company, and others who come with the pretext to invest in the countries, but not really looking at the communities. So whoever comes and says, we want to invest, that's where the government is going to go to. As we all know, agroecology needs land. Without land, we cannot implement agroecology. So our struggle is to continue to resist. We have to resist. We know the government listens to big investment. They don't listen to us. But we are very well aware that we have to continue to resist, basically like that.
La question bi mooy tey jii ban taxawaay la ñu war a am ndax boo xoolee alal bi gars yi di dugal yëpp ci biir yu mel noonu en fait ci gaz beeg pétrole bi donc influence yi mu am ak yooyu yëpp tey jii lu mel ni organisation société civile bi ak ñiy xeex tey xam nga ne amuñu yenn doole yi quoi donc pour être réaliste ban taxawaay la ñu war a am ak lañ seen yaakaar fan la nekk lañ yaakaar ne war nañ ci mën taxaw ak fu mu mën a jëm waaye mu doon ñu bañ a ñu génn ci gént yi waaye mu doon lu réalité quoi.
Voilà, merci beaucoup. Loolu tey taxawaay boobu mën a nekk rek mooy communauté yi nu ñu li njiitu mooy nu ñu ànde doon benn.
The first thing is that the community need to be together.
Parce que tey ñi yore seen baat mën nañu bañ a yeggale ñoom seen doléance yi fa mu war a yegg ñi xamante ne ñoom lañ jàpp na ñoo yor seen baat.
Because even we, the civil society who are leading this movement, we have some restriction, but the struggle should be, rather from the communities.
Parce que parfois mën na bañ a nekk sax gouvernement yi mais ñi nga jàpp na ñoo yor seen baat mën na nekk organisation yi nga xamante ne ñoo ko wër société civile di dem mel ni ñoo war a wax ci yow te fekk ne parfois la ñuy wax du am retour ci yow communauté yi.
We even have some cases that civil society are not really representing the voice of the communities, and these are some issues that we need to maybe to do with, So that means they don't have feedback also from what they have spread as a message throughout the world.
moo tax ñu ne ñoom dañ leen war a capacité ba ñoom ñu mën a xam seen doléance fan lañ koy waxee parce que bu fekkee ne gouvernement yi la ñi xamante ne ñooy exploiter pétrole yi muy les pays du nord wala ñi am doole communauté yi mën nañ leen bind directement di wax ak ñoom.
We need to strengthen also this community so that they can try themselves, maybe trying to reach this stand for where the decisions have been made, or even writing letters to some companies who are abroad, but not be restricted in the country itself.
donte ne li ñuy joxe bariwul mais quand même ñi waral loolu am na lu ñuy joxe mais du yegg ci communauté yi ñoom ñëpp ñooy dégg fonds yi ñu di ko dégg boo demee Bargny da ngay dégg fonds vert fonds d'adaptation perte de dommage tout mais loolu ngay dégg lépp amul dara lu ci communauté bi mën a teg bët ne lii lañ ko ci defal.
We often see that our governments, they sell the communities outside. Even the money that should come, like the Green Fund or climate funds, communities are not benefiting from it. So that's why they think they have to be capacitated to do the work themselves.
Voilà, donc c'était un peu ça.
A round of applause for our panelists. There's a lot of money flowing into Africa right now for all these oil and gas projects, about more than $1 trillion, I think. And the Glasgow Alliance for Net Zero wanted to pull money out of fossil fuels, but we see that it's actually gone up by almost 5% now following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so kudos to you for championing these alternatives, and hopefully more people will join this resistance. Is there someone who can give us a quick energizer before we go into the presentation? So we're going to have a short energizer, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and then we grab a cup of coffee and then come back for the main presentation. But just before that also, I would like to welcome Tristan, who's been one of the main photographers of the website we're going to present shortly, and also Gillian, the director of the Norwegian Fund for Southern Africa, who is also joining us this morning. Welcome, Gillian. Yes.
So we can do a man while waiting?
Okay. So we're going to do that, and then he will also do one after that.
Okay. Amandla! Away to! Okay, we have to do it 3 times then. Amandla! Amandla!
Away to!
Amandla! Away to! Away to! Ecofeminism!
Amandla. Yes, you have one too? No, he.
As we are now meeting the different countries that are experiencing the same thing that we are experiencing, I was listening to Babiba as she said about talking about the smart city, and also listening and the Senegalese there that is talking about the oil, and also when I'm taking all of these things they were talking about there, then I did experience that even in our community there in the Wild Coast or in Eastern Capes, we are experiencing the same thing, because the smart city is an ongoing talk, and in the Wild Coast, and we're still trying to fight against it. We're saying that we don't want the smart city, as well as the oil. That's where we're proposing. I think is one of the other things that he just left out in his talks. Then now is the other part that we were saying, even the Shell, that we say that we don't want the Shell to come in the Wild Coast. We want the coastline to be looking as they looking right now. It's so beautiful for us, because we fear for something that could be happen after if we did allow all of these things, because we can just lose a lot of things in terms of the marines, and also the way we enjoy our oceans. It won't be looking as the same if ever we allow all of these things. And also the other thing that we're still talking about, all of these are connecting. It's what I did learn, that even we're speaking about the climate change, we're speaking about the shortage of food, we're speaking about all of these things are connecting to the same thing. That means we are doing the same thing here, as much as other people that they were just having their own struggles and their own crises that are dealing with in their communities, but we are experiencing the same things as we are coming there in the Eastern Cape, there in the South Coast. So by closing by this, I would like to see all of these organizations working together, and even if we are facing another crisis there in the South Coast, or else in South Africa as a whole, but working together and giving all of these awarenesses and to the communities, and educating them about all of these things we are facing. That if ever we have to lose our identity, we cannot live as we are living right now. And as we already seen that before, our climates were not look as is looking right now, because everything now is so badly. It's so badly. So I was like just to have that interchange about all of these talks for today, even for yesterday. And I like the way that you say Amandla Ngawetu, but we used to say in the conference, like when we are just meeting in these parties we are following. In the meantime, we say Amandla Ngawaka, because we don't even get for what we say. We say Amandla Ngawetu. Then what we get after that? All of the cries, after cries, after cries, after cries. Okay, thank you very much.
That's a good one. I think you all need to also check online to see the communities that they are talking about, because the scenery, the landscape there is spectacular. It's amazing. And you have all these mining companies that just want to come and tear it up and to take out the money there. It's really beautiful country. And so let's grab a quick cup of coffee, and then we're going to jump into Ashish's presentation. So 2 minutes. Oh, Tristan had a question.
If you don't mind,
Yes,
I know
yes.
you're on a rush here.
Yes, go ahead.
Actually, I have one question for each one of the comrades.
Yes.
So the first question is, you were saying that the Indians have sort of come into Mauritius, and just a question of clarity from my own head, is this, is the situation is like American cultural imperialism that has spread across the world? That is the first question. The second question is, in Senegal, are you working with the fishing communities regarding overfishing? And then the last question is, you mentioned militarism in Mozambique, the guerra. How do you work with that in such a fraught, violent conflict that has drawn in SADC and other people? I'd really be interested to know how you do that. So thank you, and thank you, comrades, for the presentation.
Thank you for the question. Indeed, when we look at how India is wielding so much power in Mauritius, there are definite parallels with the US empire. Given the geopolitical context of the conflict between China and India, obviously India wants to build its military presence even more, given the way that China is present all across the coast, the Indian Ocean, particularly in Madagascar. So India has come to Mauritius in a similar manner that the way that China has operated on the eastern coast of Africa. So coming in and using debt as the tool to entrap the country, obviously with the collaboration of the government in power. So they are using debt as a means of imposing their demands. But we also know that it has been kept under wrap a lot. There's a lot of speculation about the Agalaga Islands. Until now, we have no clarity about what is going on there. The official discourse is that India is developing the islands. But we are very, very suspicious, and we do wonder whether a military base is being built by India. So there are very strong parallels with the US empire, which is already there in the Chagos Islands. But obviously, India is using the cultural route to make itself even more, to present itself as a friendly ally. It's using that diasporic link we have through indentured labor, and it's that official discourse that India uses to present itself as, the caring ally. Thank you.
Peut-être question bi mooy est-ce que ak communauté yaa ngi liggéey ci wàllu surpêche bi quoi, c'est-à-dire fait que xam naa ne mooy ñeneen ñi ñëw di napp jën yi ba nga xam ne communauté seen bopp sax amuñu dara quoi, est-ce que mën nga ci wax dara.
Voilà, merci beaucoup. Voilà, merci. Effectivement, communauté surpêche bi ni leen pétrole bi di impacté noonu la leen surpêche bi, parce que actuellement nii sax moo leen dal ba li ñuy wax naan ñoom ñëpp ñu ngi jël gaal yi di immigrer di dem parce que effectivement ju waax yi amatul jën.
The overfishing is a big debate there because not only we are facing the issue of gas and oil exploration, but this overfishing, that means there are some big boats coming from other countries and taking all that we have, that the community themselves to satisfy their livelihood is very difficult. One of the consequences is that the youth is now going abroad. They are selling their boats and just for migration.
Parce que tey boo xoolee surpêche boobu ñuy wax li ko andi licence de pêche yi ñu jox soit les Chinois wala Union européenne pendant des années. Mais heureusement que avec autorités yu bees yi, parce que année bii rek la ñu changé régime, autorités yu bees yi bi mu ñëwee yaakaar am na parce que def nañu état des lieux pour bateau yi ñu jox ay licences yëpp.
One of the causes of this overfishing is that the agreements we used to give to some countries like China or the European Union made that it is a big impact. But today we are facing a new turn because of the new government is trying to stop it or at least to reduce it.
Parce que loolu aussi dafa nekkoon doléance bi ñoom ñuy def campagne. bi ñu ñëwee communauté yi dañ leen wax lii seen problème bi mooy licence de pêche yi tax na mënatuñu am jën donc loolu faw ñu xoolaat que heureusement ñoom bi ñu gañee lii leen communauté yi waxoon ñoom jàpp nañu loolu ba actuellement nee nañu beneen licence bu bees du am licence yi fi nekkoon itam dinañu xool nan la ñu ko joxee woon ku si am licence boo xam ne li ñu la ko joxee woon baaxul dinañu dagg contrat.
I think it was one of the main debate on the campaign, how community were expressing their need was to look again how the agreements have been done. And today there will be no more license first, and what the remaining one, we have to look at it, make an evaluation how it is working and what kind of impact it can have.
Merci.
Trabalhar em Cabo Delgado é muito difícil. Trabalhar num ambiente de guerra, porque ninguém confia em ninguém. Nós temos um escritório, a Icone tem um escritório em Pemba, mas mesmo na cidade de Pemba, nós andamos e ninguém confia em ninguém. Outra entrave é o governo, que nem sempre deixa ir trabalhar nos centros de acolhimento. A Icone trabalha em 6 centros de acolhimento em Cabo Delgado com mulheres e começou a trabalhar com sessões de terapia comunitária para alívio da dor e trauma com as mulheres. Mas para chegar a esses centros, as mulheres também, os homens e as mulheres nos centros de acolhimento não confiam, não dão logo a confiança para poder trabalhar conosco. Então, leva tempo. Mas neste momento tem sido possível, porque já estamos a trabalhar nos centros de acolhimento desde 2020, tem sido possível trabalhar diretamente com os centros, porque já nos conhecem. Trabalhamos também com a questão de direitos humanos, as sessões de terapia comunitária para alívio da dor e trauma.
It is indeed very hard to work in a context of war, but what we do is to work with communities that are sent to the resettlement centers, and that's where we organize our activities around trauma relief. And in this particular moment, we are working in quantos centros?
São 6 centros de acolhimento.
There are 6 resettlement centers in Cabo Delgado.
Em 3 distritos.
In 3 district areas. So that's where we work with the communities working on trauma relief.
E nós trabalhamos.
And so we also have an office in Pemba. Pemba is the capital city of Cabo Delgado, where the conflict has not reached. It's a safe area.
Nós trabalhamos com ações transformadoras e não com ajuda humanitária. Então é outro desafio. Enquanto que a Icone vai com ação transformadora, a maior parte das organizações vão com ajuda humanitária. É outro desafio que deparamos no terreno.
The other challenge is that we work on transformative actions. We don't work on, we're not an humanitarianist organization, so this is a big challenge because some go there promising humanitarian support, while we try to bring transformation in people's life and attitudes.
Outra questão é que a PMA, a organização que distribui alimentos, deu alimentos desde 2020 até 2023, novembro de 2023, e as pessoas ficaram sem alimentos.
So the other question is that the UN Food Program also gave them, provided from food until 2023, 2023,
23 de novembro de 2023.
until November 2023, and for now people are left with no food at all because it's over.
Outro desafio é que nos centros de acolhimento também há perseguição. Há mulheres, há pais lá cujos filhos estão nas fileiras do terrorismo.
So, and there also a lot of the other challenge in this resettlement center is that some of the parents, they have got their kids as part of the insurgent group. So these people tend to go after others who are actually staying in the resettlement center.
E há muita perseguição também das famílias, e dessas famílias que têm filhos nas fileiras.
So families that have children joining these groups suffer a lot of persecution from the people in the resettlement centers.
Para viajarmos para os centros de acolhimento, temos que ter a informação diária sobre a situação de segurança nas estradas.
So even to travel to these resettlement centers is very hard. We need to have daily information about the situation on the roads.
Mas um dos grandes sucessos, dos resultados que tivemos agora em 2020 até 2024 é que muitas das pessoas com quem trabalhamos para as sessões de terapia comunitária, elas já estão a produzir, conseguiram terra, estão a produzir agroecologia.
So one of the success stories that we have is that some of these people who are in the resettlement areas, they managed to be allocated land, and now they are using agroecology for food production in those lands that have been allocated. So that's a success story.
E elas tiveram como alternativa os conflitos que tinham para acesso à terra. E aí, quando foi falando dos direitos humanos, foi despertando as comunidades. Então isso ajudou muito, falando de alternativas que tinham que ter para poder sobreviver, e isso ajudou muito as pessoas deslocadas. Algumas conseguiam voltar para as zonas de origem, mas porque a situação ainda não está calma nessas zonas de origem, de onde vêm, voltavam constantemente para os centros. E agora elas optaram por se instalar nos centros e estão produzindo muito.
And I think one of the things that we also do, we also try to come up with a human rights trainings, and this was very important because people now understand their rights. Some have preferred when the situation becomes a little bit safe in their own areas, they prefer to go back. Others have decided to stay permanently at the resettlement or reallocation areas.
E os temas principais que nós trabalhamos com as pessoas deslocadas é a terapia comunitária, direitos humanos, violência baseada no gênero, empoderamento econômico, agroecologia.
So we work with the people in resettlement areas on topics like agroecology, gender-based violence, human rights, and
empoderamento econômico,
and economic empowerment,
economia feminista,
feminist economy,
e advocacia.
and advocacy.
São manifestos públicos que nós fazemos, que apoiamos as pessoas deslocadas a fazerem de acordo com aquilo que são as necessidades. Então, trabalhamos com manifestos públicos para o governo e para a sociedade em geral, a dizer quais são as dificuldades que enfrentam as pessoas deslocadas.
We help them draft based on their demands. We mean the people stay in these resettlement areas. We help them draft what we call public manifestos, where they put on their demands directed to the government, directed to the company, or to the general society.
Trabalhamos de forma coletiva com outras organizações e com as Nações Unidas.
We work together collectively with other organizations and with the UN.
Mas por causa da informação credível sobre a situação da mobilidade em Cabo Delgado.
Especially because of the need to have credible information on the situation of mobility in Cabo Delgado.
Tá.
That's it.
Another round of applause for our panel. And I will now hand over to Siko to introduce the main lecture for today. Siko, please.
Thanks, Roland. Is it good morning or good afternoon? Good morning, everyone. We are now going to hear from Ashish. He is going to be here next week in this very conference room to record a podcast. Is it with you, Roland? With Roland and Charles. However, today he is joining us via video link. Ashish, welcome to the room. You have been a champion of post-growth ways of being and living for many years now. In your presentation, please do tell us why you're so passionate about this topic, and also tell us more about the very rich and exciting book, The Pluriverse, a post-development dictionary that you co-edited with Ariel Saleh, Arturo Escobar, Federico De Maria, and Alberto Acosta. What are the alternatives that you'd like the world to adopt? So Ashish will be speaking for about 40 minutes, and then we will have a conversation with him, and the questions will be facilitated by Roland. Ashish, over to you, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Malwande. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correct. Thank you so much. It would have been wonderful to be physically there with you, but the screen, I guess, is the next best thing. Yes, I will be there. I don't think it's next week. It's early October. That I'll be physically also with some of you. So let me go straight into the presentation, and maybe then we'll have enough time for a proper discussion. This presentation, first, can you please let me know if you're able to see this full screen?
Yes, we can.
You can. Okay, thank you. If at some point it gets stuck or something, please let me know. So I think basically what I'm going to do today is in three parts. The first part is looking at the crises, but I will do that in very brief because I'm sure you're all familiar with and or have discussed the various different crises that we're in. The second part, where I will focus much more of my time, will be looking at how people across the world are responding to the various crises. And then the third part looks at, from those people's responses, what are the sorts of overall frameworks of transformation? What more do we also need to do? So we are all in some way or the other involved with, affected by trying to respond to one or more of these crises. And we also know that none of them are separate from each other, that they're all intersecting. From the 5-10 minutes of conversation I just heard, talking about deprivation, talking about authoritarian regimes, about the kinds of problems we're facing, whether it's to do with toxic industries or deforestation or social conflicts or gender violence or other kinds of things. We are either individually or community-wise involved, or at least we know of these sorts of things. And I don't think I need to speak more about them. But along with this, one of the things that we have realized, I think, across the global south, is that what has come in the name of development, especially economic growth-based development, has brought benefits to some of us, but it has also brought enormous problems. One of them is, of course, ecological destruction, the climate crisis, the crisis of biodiversity loss, and a lot more. But also along with this, the problems of the destruction of livelihoods or livelihood base, the taking away of the commons or resources that our livelihoods are based on. And along with that, of course, the damage to cultures and languages and livelihoods and much else, right? This has been happening for the last 500 years with colonialism, but also the last 60, 70 years of this process of economic growth based development, which is focused on large-scale industrialization, infrastructure, and a lot more of the privatization of resources. We're also well aware that this this model of development is inherently unsustainable. We know that because if you look at scientific evidence of these so-called planetary boundaries within which human activity should be based, they're almost all been crossed. And the one, of course, that is being most talked about today is climate, but there are also other planetary boundaries, hydrological, biodiversity, and so on, which have been crossed or are in the process of being crossed with very serious negative impacts on the ground, whether there is wildfires or drought or floods or scarcity or hunger or all kinds of other things. And as I said earlier, we are also aware that this kind of the ecological damage that the world is facing is connected also very closely with the growing inequality that we have. These are figures from, I think, a year back, and just today or yesterday, there was another report that showed that, in fact, the gap between the rich and the poor has increased even further. A few people have become richer and richer and richer at the cost of the very vast majority of the world's population. And also linked to this is the growing tendency of many governments to be authoritarian, to actually shrink democratic spaces rather than expand them. And this is especially the case with where there are resistance movements, where people are protesting this kind of destruction and conflict. Then governments, often hand in hand with private corporations, they attack back. People are being killed, people are being imprisoned, people are being charged with all kinds of violations just for standing up for their rights. So all of this is connected, and it is very important for us to kind of look at, therefore, the structural and roots of these problems. And why this is also very important is because the same forces of destruction, whether it's capitalism or state domination or patriarchy or racism, etc., and of course colonial conquests across the world, or neo-colonial ways of ruling us, they are also giving us what they consider to be solutions. But today it is very difficult for governments to ignore the climate crisis. So, but then they're saying, don't worry, we have the solutions. We have net zero, we have technological solutions, we have market fixes, etc. But we know that these are all very superficial, that in fact they themselves create other problems, such as when we are trying to move from, say, petrol and diesel run cars or vehicles to electric vehicles. It sounds good for the environment or for climate, but actually it creates all sorts of other problems in terms of needing lithium mining, what to do with the battery waste, and so much more. And it doesn't really solve the issues of inequality, because it's not like private cars are being replaced with public transportation. It's like private petrol cars are being replaced with private electric vehicles, which of course also very few people can afford. So if you take all of this together, it seems to me that our biggest question or search across the world for all of humanity is, do we have alternatives? Are we forced to go down the same direction of development that the global north or the west has given us, or do we have other options? And that's what I'd like to deal with in the rest of the presentation. A lot of my experiences, of course, from South Asia, but I will also give examples from other parts of the world to the extent that I know them. Now, to me, there are two kinds of alternatives. One, very crucial, is resistance itself, where people are saying enough is enough. We won't accept this. We don't want a oil or a coal-based power plant in our neighborhood. We don't want the kind of mining that you're doing. We don't want huge infrastructure projects which benefit only the rich. And in the articulation of the resistance or the protest, there is also, either explicit or implicit, there is also an articulation of what we think is the kind of worldview or direction we want. So if you take this picture, this is from a protest by 300 villages in indigenous India and central India, where they were resisting a mega hydroelectricity project that would have displaced these 300 villages and destroyed all the forests that you can see in the background. And while they were protesting, they were of course protesting against their displacement and dispossession, but also they were saying that this river is not a commodity. It is not for producing power. The river is our mother. And if she is our mother, we will protect it with our lives. We will not allow you to shackle, to dam the river and to destroy it. And if you look at protest movements around the world, including, of course, from your continent, whether they are anti-racism movements, anti-colonial movements, movements against extractive industries, movements for peace, movements against the climate crisis, movements for new constitutions, which have much more justice that are built into them, and many others, including a lot of the youth movements around the world, then we do see that it is this articulation of what we don't want, but also some sort of a vision of the kind of world that we want. Along with these movements of resistance, second kind of alternatives are where people are constructing ways of meeting their needs and aspirations without causing the same problems that the current model is doing. And there are literally thousands of examples of this from across the world. And I'm going to give you a glimpse of just a few on-ground initiatives that provide us some clues as to which direction we could be heading in. And I will come back to, as requested, I'll come back to this book that the cover of which you see in the slide. I'll come back to this towards the end, and I'll introduce that. Many of the examples I'm giving are actually also contained in that book. Okay, so please keep in mind that each of these examples is a very complex story. One could spend a whole day just describing it. So the fact that I'm doing it in 1 minute or 2 minutes each obviously does not do justice to these stories. But just to give a glimpse of what's happening. So this is from India, from what we call the Dalit community, which is the so-called untouchables or outcasts. And these are 5,000 Dalit women farmers. So also they are marginalized in a patriarchal society, and they have very small farms, 1 acre, 2 acres of land. Until about 35 years back, the 5,000 families in which these women, to which these women belong, were facing the situation of hunger, of malnutrition, of no access to health and education facilities, social marginalization, and a lot more. But then in the last 3 or 4 decades, they started forming their own collectives in every village across about 75 villages. And they brought back into cultivation their own traditional seeds because the modern seeds were not giving them what they wanted, and the modern seeds needed a lot of fertilizer and pesticides and so on. So they went back to their traditional crops, especially millets. And I know that Africa and South India share many millets between them. And claiming land rights for women, doing much more collective work, sharing the seeds, sharing the knowledge. And through all those collective practices, actually able to achieve complete food security for these 5,000 families, and then moving beyond that to food sovereignty, which I know is also a big movement in many parts of Africa. So to claim complete local community control over seeds, over land, over water, over knowledge to do with food. Having achieved that, then they went into also creating their own media unit. So they make their own films, they run their own community radio station. And through all of that and many other things, they actually transform their social life also to be much more dignified, one of dignity and equality within their villages. Across the world, a similar story, but in a very different cultural context. This is in the Peruvian highlands of the Andes in South America, where the Quechua indigenous people have been sustaining their governance and control over a very large landscape. They call it a biocultural landscape. This is partly where the potato originated, and conserving their biologically diverse ways of agriculture and their collective rights and control over the entire landscape. And with a lot more struggles also for the equality and the rights of women and their voice in decision making. A little bit further north of that, in the Ecuadorian Amazon, this is the Sapara indigenous nation. And here they have fought against mining industry, against oil exploration, and been able to reclaim their legal control over the entire traditional territory. And then through that, being able to sustain both their traditional ways of life, their spiritual connections with the forest and the rivers, but also enter into some new, more modern economy or connections with the outside world, where, for instance, where outsiders can come and benefit from their local traditional health systems, and they get some revenues from that. But trying to balance this thing of connecting with the outside world, but also sustaining their own ways of life and not giving up on them. And there are actually hundreds of examples or thousands of examples of these sorts of initiatives of protecting their ecosystems, the nature that they live within, but also then enhancing or sustaining their livelihoods, claiming rights, reasserting cultural identity, what we call territories of life. Back here in India, another initiative which is in that direction is where 90 villages have fought against a mining project which was being proposed by the government successfully so far, but also claimed that decision making in those villages will happen only through the village assemblies and a federation of village assemblies. Decisions cannot be taken by the government or anybody outside. But we also need to know that we have to also make internal changes within our own society. For instance, for women to have much more equal decision-making rights, for young people to have equal decision-making rights. So it's both confronting the external inequalities, but also internal ones. And of course, possibly the best, globally the best known example of claiming local self-governance is of the Zapatista in Mexico, where the indigenous people there have actually claimed complete autonomy and self-governance. They don't accept or believe in the Mexican nation state at all. But in that local transformations, they also assert that every community has its own self-governance. Every person has a right to be part of decision-making. And then they link across the landscape for things that need larger decision-making. I'll come back to that later when I speak about the frameworks of transformation. Somewhat similar example, but in a very, very different and a very difficult context, is the Kurdish movement for freedom, especially the women's movement there in Central Asia. You can see in the map here between Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. Now, this is a area that's been conflict-ridden for a long, long time. Turkey, for instance, is still constantly bombarding the Kurdish community because it doesn't accept the Kurdish community's demand for freedom. But what's also very interesting is that in demanding this freedom, the Kurdish community, which is very large, by the way, 40 million people, has not been asking for its own nation state, its own country. It has been saying, we are going to have a zone of freedom and autonomy, but without a state, without a central state, because we will be self-governing through a process of what they call democratic confederalism, which I'll describe a bit later. And then, of course, the example from, I'm familiar with only a few examples from Africa, but last year when I was in South Africa, met up with a lot of the people who've been part of the climate justice charter movement, the trade unions, the feminist groups, the ecological groups, etc. Maybe some of you are part of this or know about it. And to me, it was a very interesting process of trying to get many very diverse voices into trying to work out what could be a climate transition with justice as its central focus. Not simply saying we'll replace coal-based power plants with solar, but in the process, how do workers get a dignified transition? What happens to the environment? How do consumers of power also take part in decision-making? So kind of a very different transition than what most governments are proposing. And then finally, if you look at Europe, so I'm just trying to give a glimpse of many different continents. If you look at Europe, in the middle of the most capitalist societies in the world, you actually find more and more people who are disillusioned with that kind of a society where the market rules, where everybody lives their own individual lives, so it's very privatized. And they are trying to actually move towards businesses and schools and communes and even alternative currency systems, money systems, where there's much more of a collective sense, where the ownership or the control is with a community or a collective rather than privatized, where resources are shared. For instance, one vehicle is shared with 10 families, or one washing machine is shared with 15 families, rather than everybody having their own. There's a lot more collective care for children, for instance, or for old people, more collective ways of learning from each other, creating schools where the community is involved, not just a professional institution. Production processes where workers are in charge of the decision making. And in fact, in this particular example in Greece, which you see on the bottom right-hand side, they had also taken a decision that everybody would be paid the same wage, the same payment for every hour of work, regardless of what the work was. You could be working on a machine, you could be sweeping the floor, you could be a manager, but you get the same wage for every hour of work. So all work is kind of made equal. So there are many such examples, even within capitalist industrial societies, of people trying to break out of that and create radical alternatives. Back again in India, another urban example of a growing city. This is in Western India. It's a city that is exploding in population. And of course, like all other cities, there's a great amount of inequality in living conditions between the poor and the rich in terms of the services people get and so on. And so here, an attempt to try and actually create much more dignified living for the poorest sections of the society through self-housing, through self-financing, or making sure that whatever money is coming to the government actually gets to the community, and making the government also accountable for the kinds of services that they're supposed to provide, and doing all of that through local democratic mobilization, having everybody having the capacity to voice their opinions in decision making. And again, there are many examples of this across the world, of cities, of the sorts of transformations that can happen in cities towards much greater equality, towards greater ecological sustainability, bringing back the commons instead of privatization. For instance, in transition towns in Europe, in many places, car parks have been converted into agricultural plots, which can be collectively farmed by the families living around it, right? So that kind of recommoning of spaces and a lot more. Again, when I was in South Africa last year, colleagues there were telling about the food sovereignty movements, including in the cities, including even in universities like Wits University in Johannesburg. And then there are other sectors also where you see a lot of very interesting alternative movements. We know that currently the mainstream media and communications and arts is increasingly controlled by the private sector. Virtually all the so-called social media we use, or the mainstream newspapers and channels, television channels, are corporate controlled or government controlled. So we also then look at the sort of more inspirational ways in which alternative media is being created, much more community controlled, much more collectively driven. The example I gave you earlier of the Dalit women farmers running a community radio station. So here in India, we have about 150 such community radio stations which are controlled by the community. And there are many other examples. So these are the ones I've given here are from India, but across the world. Online platforms, offline platforms, traditional ways of communication that are coming back, like street theater, and many more. And one sector which is absolutely important, crucial for all of this, because is the education sector. As young children, we all learn what it is to be progress, or what our aspirations are, or how we should behave as a human being towards other people or towards the rest of nature in our schools and in our families. But we know that, and I'm sure this is true of you as much as here in India, is that schools tend to stuff the heads of children with information, much of which is probably relevant for them in their life, in their growing life, and encourage competition versus collective working, encourage individualization rather than collective. So it's like all the wrong values are what is inculcated in children in our formal school system, against which we have alternatives like the ones that I've listed here in different parts of the world, where children, firstly, their creativity is acknowledged and enhanced. Diversity is acknowledged and enhanced rather than homogeneous ways of learning. Children or students themselves are involved often in making the curriculum with the faculty, teachers. And it's not just stuffing into the heads, but also what do you do with your hands? How do you use your body? your heart. So it's like a complete way of learning where you then become much more responsible as you grow into an adult. One of the things we did during the COVID pandemic, because that's the time when so much of the world was collapsing, right? Either because of health or more importantly than that, because of the economic lockdowns that a lot of governments had imposed. Here in India, for instance, our Prime Minister announced a complete lockdown within 4 hours, which left tens of millions of workers stranded. Many had to walk back 1,000 kilometers to get back home. And basically, society collapsed in many parts of the world. But there were counter examples of where communities were much more resilient. And we documented about 100 examples of this from different parts of the world, where because of collective work, or because of localized exchange, or because of food self-reliance, or other such factors, people were able to cope much better because of community health practices, many other factors where these communities not just coped, but actually were still thriving through the entire COVID pandemic period. And that gives you a lot of lessons of, the kinds of community mobilization, the kinds of access to collective rights and so on that are so important. So that brings me to the last part of the presentation, which is trying to look at from these sorts of examples from all over the world, what are the visions of transformation that are emerging as opposed to the mainstream model of development and progress. In India, over the last 8-10 years, we have worked with a lot of communities and civil society groups to evolve what we call a flower of transformation as a tool of understanding these transformations. And we look at 5 spheres or aspects of life: the political, the economic, the social, the cultural, and the ecological. That's just one way of trying to understand it. It's not, you can find other ways of also dividing reality, but this is one way. And then we also especially look at the intersections amongst these, because life is not lived in only the political sphere or only the economic sphere. There are, intersections amongst all of these. So if we think of it this way, and then we look at the core of this flower of transformation, a set of ethics and principles. So let me just give you a quick glimpse of what is meant by this. If we take the first sphere, the political one, for most of us, democracy is about going to elections once in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. South Africa had its election recently. India had its elections recently. Yeah, you try and vote in a party that will hopefully do the right thing for people, right? And if you don't like it, next time around, you try and find another party or a combination of parties. In your case, you had the ANC coming back, but with alliance with multiple parties. In our case, we had the BJP coming back, but also in alliance with other parties. And if we don't like it, then 5 years from now, we try and elect another party. Now, what the examples I've given you, the Zapatista, the Kurdish, the indigenous people in central India, and so on, is saying that that's not democracy for us. For us, democracy is our decision-making control where we are. In our village assemblies, in our city neighborhoods, in our collective spaces, that we are the decision makers. And we, insofar as there is a government, we make the government accountable to us, rather than us being under the power of elected governments and bureaucrats and ministers and politicians. So there are, I gave you 3 or 4 examples, but there are many examples of where people are trying to claim this kind of direct or radical democracy. In fact, going back to the original meaning of democracy, it's a Greek word which meant power of the people, not power of people we elect or bureaucrats. But then we still need larger landscape decision-making institutions, which could be governments or other forms. And then the question is, how do you make them accountable? How do you create a system in which they don't start concentrating power in their own hands? And there are many examples of this. You can recall your representative whenever community is not satisfied, of public audits, of many different ways by which that accountability can be achieved. The question that arises here is that from that very local self-governance village or assembly or municipality, linking to the next one and the next one, how do you take this all across to the world as a whole? What would global governance look like? And that's a question I'm going to put for discussion. There are many ideas people have given, but so far, of course, there's no experimentation on this. Right now, global governance is the United Nations, and we know that it's been very good for a number of things, like bringing in human rights declarations and indigenous peoples declarations and so on. But it's also failed on many fronts. I mean, on the climate front, for instance, or on trying to deal with the current Israel-Palestine conflict or Ukraine-Russia conflict. So we need something that is more effective, but also more actually representative of people. The second sphere of transformation is economic, because there's no point in having local political control if you don't have control over your means of production, your land, your machinery, your seeds, your tools, etc. So this in the economic sphere, the kinds of transformations that many communities are trying is as against economic globalization, where you become dependent on somebody 1,000 miles away for your basic needs. You actually try and meet those basic needs within a certain localized area. So it's called localization. You can still have trade over longer distances for other things, but at least basic needs like food and water and energy and housing and education and health are what you get locally within a certain region. Where production is not in the hands of capitalist owners or governments, but in the hands of those who are the producers, the farmers, the industry workers, the the workers of any kind of production unit or service unit are the ones who control those means of production. Where it's no longer about 9 to 5 jobs and then you go home and enjoy yourself or enjoy yourself on Saturday and Sunday, but where the work itself is so interesting that that division between work and leisure breaks down. If the work is so interesting, I might want to do it in the middle of the night, and then the next whole day I'm out playing cricket or whatever it is. So you break down this kind of division, which unfortunately has come about because of a certain modern Western civilization way of looking at work itself as being separate from life or from leisure. Where private property is recommened, like the examples I gave earlier, where centralized money, which is controlled by banks and governments, is no longer ruling our lives, where at least to some extent we have localized exchange, forms of exchange, local currencies, local barter, etc., in a more equal way, so that some independence from the centralized market system. And if you put all of these things together, then it's also where one argues for governments to start considering going beyond GDP. Instead of percentage economic growth as an indicator of progress, we actually start considering, does everybody have clean water? Does everybody have clean air? Does everybody have good education? Does everybody have good health? Are there good social relations? Are there ways by which everybody can be involved in decision making? Do we have access to the rest of nature to enjoy ourselves? Those become much more meaningful indicators than GDP. The third sphere of transformation is social justice. The first two would not be enough if gender inequalities or in the case of India, caste inequalities or class or the inequalities of age or ability and disability, if they continue, then those first two transformations will not be full. And so the struggles for basic human rights, for struggles against discrimination, struggles for equality, all of these are as important as the political and the economic transformations. The fourth one is culture and knowledge. Now we know that because of colonialism, we've all kind of been brainwashed into thinking that the only acceptable knowledge is Western science and technology, or the only acceptable cultures are, what comes to us from outside in terms of, what is high status food or what languages we should speak, etc. As against this kind of colonial thing, there are movements to bring back a diversity of ways of knowing, a diversity of faiths, religions, or non-religious ways of knowing and doing and being. The commons in the space of technology and art and knowledge and media, and decolonization of knowledge in multiple ways. For instance, the map that I showed you earlier, or which you can also see on this slide, I really like this map because it is a very decolonial way of looking at the world. The map where Europe is on top, which is the so-called normal map, was made during colonial times where Europe was put on top, but also Europe was made to look much bigger than it actually is. You can see the actual sizes of continents here, and your continent is actually way the biggest in the world, but in our colonial maps, it was actually shrunk. So many different ways in which we have to decolonize ourselves, and all of this is part of the movements of transformation. And then the fifth one, possibly the most important, is bringing ourselves back as part of nature. Now, for those of us who are from local communities, indigenous peoples, this is not new. This is something we're doing in any case or have been doing. But those of us who are living in cities or who have become westernized in some forms or educated in a certain form, we tend to think of ourselves as being outside of nature. And we think of of nature as a hierarchy, this pyramid on the left-hand side that you see where there's a man on top and a woman and all other species below. But to bring back a notion of a circle of life, where all species have equal rights, where we and equal respect, and the integrity of the rest of nature is as important as any human aspiration. So that actually even in some of the industrial countries now, there is a growing movement towards establishing or understanding or acknowledging the rights of not just human beings, but also of the rest of nature, the rights of rivers, the rights of mountains, the rights of other species. Right? But then we have to go beyond that and say, how do we re-establish a basic respect? You don't have to go to the law to respect the rest of nature. That has to come into our everyday life. Now, putting these 5 spheres together, and I'll end in the next 5 minutes, putting these 5 spheres together, we actually one of the most interesting things happening in many parts of the world is people beginning to question political boundaries, especially in regions that have been colonized, which includes yours and mine. So if you look at here, in this case, South Asia, but you can do the same exercise for Africa, because of either pre-colonial or colonial practices, certain boundaries were drawn between what we now think of as countries or nation states, right? And those boundaries have divided natural flows like the flows of rivers or lakes or mountain ranges or wildlife populations, or cultural flows where people used to be able to go back and forth easily without having to seek a visa or without having to cross fences and armies and so on. But that's what's happened in the last couple of 100 years, is that this kind of division has taken place for between dividing nature and culture and even economic flows. And so one of our explorations, or actually increasingly on-ground attempt at practice, is to see how do we dissolve these boundaries, or how do we make them much more porous so that those flows can be re-established, cultural and ecological flows can be re-established. And then the political decision-making begins to happen at that bioregional or biocultural scale rather than in the artificial ways in which political boundaries are made right now. And then, as I said, at the core of this flower of transformation is a set of values and ethics and principles. And these are, I'm listing a few that have emerged from the kinds of examples that I have shown. They're either explicitly articulated or they're implicit in the actions. Diversity versus homogeneous. Self-reliance for basic needs versus economic globalization and long distance dependence. Self-governance rather than centralized governments, cooperation rather than competition, commons rather than privatization. Of course, fighting for rights, but also then having responsibility for others. Labor, physical labor being as, possibility of dignity as intellectual labor. Happiness not being just buying more and more and more and more of the latest iPhone or the latest gadgets, but actually creating much more robust social relationships with the rest of nature, and a lot more. I don't want to go into all of these, but this set of ethics and values, and I'm sure you can add your own set of values and ethics, and they would be expressed in many different ways in different cultures. But basically, if you put these together, you end up with worldviews that are very different from what the dominant capitalist Western global North society tells us. Because here, celebrities are not those who overnight become famous and rich and powerful, but those who are sustaining life. like the Quechua indigenous women or the Kurdish women or the Dalit women or the people of the different examples I gave you, these are so-called ordinary people, but they are sustaining life, human life and the rest of life through their own ways. And to me, those are the real celebrities, not the film actors and the richest people in the world and all that. Just to give you a glimpse of some of these worldviews, from here in India, we have a very ancient concept called Swaraj, which means self-rule. And this is to say that we claim our autonomy, our freedom, our self-determination, our self-governance as a community or as an individual. But in doing that, we are also restraining ourselves because we don't want to undermine somebody else's self-determination and freedom and happiness. So, and what we've done, some of us has to extend that to other species to say that we will be decision makers on the ground. We will take decisions that we want to for our own freedom, happiness, etc., and well-being, but not in a way that undermines somebody else's well-being. And that's why we call it radical ecological democracy, where it's not just about control and power, but also responsibility towards other people and other species. So that's one of those many, many worldviews, but across the world, we have dozens, probably hundreds of such concepts and worldviews. Some are very old, such as from your region, of course, various forms of Ubuntu, from Latin America, Sumak Kause, Boin Vivir, etc., from other parts of the world, for instance, from Australian Aborigines, the notion of country, very different from what we think of as country. And even from within the industrialized West, the countercurrents, such as degrowth in Europe or ecofeminism in many parts of the world, or eco-socialism, these are all trying to break out of the dominant system and provide alternative concepts, worldviews, philosophies, cosmologies. And why we say it's a pluriverse is because none of these are an umbrella for everything else. None of them is a single solution for the whole world. They're all diverse and they fit into their own cultural, ecological, economic context, right? And that's why we use the phrase that the Zapatista in Mexico do. It's a world where many worlds fit. It's not just one singular universe. I'm going to leave you with a set of questions which we can put into the discussion and then end with just a couple of processes that we're involved with. Questions on who is already leading these transformations, who more will be leading the transformations. Do we still need a state, government? Insofar as we might still need some, what would be the form and role and accountability of it? What would global governance look like? Would you still need a private business sector, or would business all be managed by workers and collectives and the community as a whole? How do we rethink our universities and our schools and our education system? Instead of having geography separate from political science, separate from biology, separate from something else, how do we actually integrate them in a way that reflects life and the kind of transformations I've been talking about? And how do we achieve scale? Because you can have 1,000 examples of these transformations, but unless we actually talk about the larger scale, we're not able to challenge the macro forces, the big forces of economy and politics, right? And that question of scale I want to deal with by saying two approaches that are wrong. One is replication. Somebody is doing something good, you try and copy it. Why is it wrong? Because my own context would be different. The copying will not help. We also don't talk about upscaling. That is, one example becomes successful, you make it bigger and bigger and bigger. This is what corporations do. This is what some NGOs do or governments do. But what I call outscaling. So I learn from the Zapatista, I learn from the Kurdish women, I learn from the South African Climate Justice Charter, but I bring it back into my own context and I modify it to that context and I do my own transformations and experimentation. And then I link back with the Zapatista and the Kurdish and the South African Climate Charter movement and say, how do you create scale through horizontal networking without any of us being, ruling that kind of a alliance or a coalition? So it's really that kind of thousands and thousands of things happening, but then creating the alliances, networks, confederations that will achieve scale. And this is already happening with the many examples that I can talk about later. Two processes we have initiated to help with this. One is in India. We call it the confluence of alternatives. but almost 100 movements and organizations across India working in all these different spheres that you see on the slide, coming together, learning, sharing experiences, collaborating for more joint action, collaborating for joint visioning of the kind of India we want, and then advocacy for policy changes, right? And also documentation and outreach of inspiring stories, because in this atmosphere of gloom and doom that we have, it's very important for us to also talk stories of hope, and people who are living those stories hope to be able to articulate it for themselves. So this is a website which has almost 2,000 such stories from across India. And then learning from that, a more global process in which now also some of the South African groups are getting involved, called the Global Tapestry of Alternatives, where again, it's like horizontal networking, but especially focused on alternatives. Not so much only the problem, but okay, here are what people's alternatives are, and then pushing for that. So there are lots and lots of groups across the world that are involved with this, including many of the networks in Africa itself, and a global website similar to the Indian one, but this one has stories from all over the world. And then the book, Pluriverse, the book which I was asked to introduce, this came out in 2019 after 4 years of work, where 5 of us decided we want to put together a volume that celebrates transformation, successful transformation. It doesn't talk only about the problems, but also the solutions that people are coming up with. So there's about 110 essays in this. 90 of those essays are about the kinds of examples that I've given you. And this is now available in many different languages. The book on the left is an interesting experiment we tried in India, where we asked 40 people who are experienced in different subjects like education, health, conservation, indigenous peoples, pastoralism, food, agriculture, to dream a vision of India in 2100, which was completely utopian, like idealistic, and then come back to the present and say, how do we get there? What pathways, what opportunities, what hurdles that we can use to get to that kind of a vision? And that brings me to the last slide. People often say, okay, this is all very nice, but it's too utopian. We're never going to actually be able to achieve this kind of an ideal world. And I agree. But this is why this quote from an Argentinian filmmaker, Fernando Biri, who was quoted by the very famous Latin American poet Galeano, I think this quote is very important. Basically, it says that utopia is always moving away from you as you try and reach it. And so you'll never reach it. But the whole process of moving towards an ideal vision itself is moving us in the direction of positive transformations. And that's the importance of also have utopian dreaming or vision making, and then the practical steps towards that. So that's it. I hope I've been able to give some sense of the kinds of transformations taking place, but a lot more that needs to happen. And of course, it's really for all of us to reflect how this would be meaningful in our own context. There's a lot more available on these websites. I will share with the organizers this PowerPoint, and please feel free to share it with all the participants. There's no copyright on the presentation. Thank you. And I'm open to a discussion now.
Already giving us the presentation. We are going to distribute it widely, especially to the partners, starting with the partners who are here today and who are from all over the African continent. We saw some examples there, and over the course of today, we are going to see some more. Ashish spoke about Ubuntu. Obviously, yesterday we introduced the Fulani philosophy, Pulaku. We are going to introduce the Osotoa, the Maasai philosophy. And obviously, we have been doing some research, Tristan there with Vodou and so on. And so a lot of these are going to be, these resources are going to be shared and discussed in light of the values that Ashish has just spoken about. I'm not going to try and summarize his presentation. There was so much information that we are going to discuss over many weeks with him and amongst ourselves. And so maybe just to start that process, if you have questions, please take the mic and talk directly to Ashish, and he will. He has accepted to take some questions, and there are also some online that will be read out to him, so that we try and clarify things we didn't understand, or if we want him to give more examples and so on. Now is really the opportunity for that. Yes, please, Kentebe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashish. Your presentation was more like an eye-opener because it diverted my way of thinking. It changed a lot of thoughts I have towards socialization, livelihoods, and all that. One of the statements I want you to be a little bit clear about is growth-based development is not sustainable. I think you said something like that, or growth-based development is unsustainable. Can you be able to give more light on that? Because part of the discussions we have been going through between yesterday and today, I've been thinking, how do we define development? Because development, it means different things to different people. And for instance, we have the oil companies going into Ramsar sites, going into places we ordinarily ought to be protected. And we also have communities looking at the emergence of these multinational companies coming to them as an El Dorado, something that wants to remove poverty from their face and also create some form of development in terms of smart cities, real estate, and also improving the economy of their places. So, but with what you are telling me and with the way this is all going, we think we need to redefine what we mean by development, most especially now that you've made me understand that growth-based development is not sustainable. And secondly, are there alternative ways to renewable energies being proposed? You know, because the world is shifting away from fossil fuels very fast. And you've also made me understand that even as much as we are shifting away from fossil fuels, we also look at the alternatives, the renewables. And that also comes with its own challenge. And that talks about the mining for lithium, for batteries, and what happens after a battery fails, maybe like after 6 years or 5 years of its existence, what happens to the waste of those batteries? I think there's another environmental hazard that is waiting for us in future. So if you can be able to create some form of understanding in terms of more eye-opener in terms of alternatives to renewables and the dangers that are waiting ahead for us. Thank you.
Yes, other
Thank you.
questions?
Should I
Okay.
address these two?
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
yeah?
Yes, please, Ashish, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot. Both very, very important questions. So since we don't have that much time necessarily, my answers will be a bit simplistic, so apologies for that, but we can continue the dialogue subsequently also. Now, in terms of growth not being sustainable, I think there's more and more and more evidence of this around the world, that for the planet as a whole, we are already at what is called 1.5 times what the planet can sustain. If you look at, in a generalized way, if you look at natural resources, or of course, if you look at climate and water and so on. So clearly, human demands on the planet are already beyond what the planet can sustain in terms of regeneration and the revival of ecosystems, etc. So this itself shows us that further economic growth on a generalized scale is just not sustainable. And this is I mean, the way that some people have put it is to say that we have a finite planet, so infinite growth is a, is a impossibility. If one thinks of growth in terms of material and energy throughput. Now, therefore, this brings us to very squarely address the question that you were saying, what is development itself? Because if you look at the word development, interestingly, the origin of the word development comes from biology, where you think of, let's say, the human embryo becoming a baby, becoming an adult, right? Or a seed becoming a sapling, becoming a tree. That's how, and basically what that means is it's actually uncovering or opening up opportunities for something that is nascent to become full. Unfortunately, in the last 60, 70 years, we have narrowly defined development as only economic throughput or financial throughput. Yeah. So at the cost of everything else. So what could replace that, which could solve this problem of economic growth being unsustainable, is to think of well-being. I'm using one word here. It could be different words in different contexts. But if you think of well-being, if you say, is a society's well-being actually improving, then the question one asks is not GDP, which is the indicator all governments use except for Bhutan. The question one would ask is, okay, does everybody in South Africa have clean water to drink? Does everybody in South Africa have clean air to breathe? Does everybody in South Africa have adequate levels of energy? And I'll come to your energy question after this. Is everybody in South Africa able to prevent ill health? And then if there is ill health, have access to health services as far as possible, as local as possible, etc. These would be the sorts of questions, right? And what we're doing across the world is we are trying to get to these things, but in a very indirect way. You increase your economic growth by any kind of economic activity, including what you're saying with corporations coming in and so on, and then you try and redirect it for welfare to the rest of society. But with corruption, with inefficiencies, with lack of actual interest amongst a lot of governments to do this, it doesn't work like that, right? Rather than that, if you were to take the direct approaches that so many communities, examples of which I showed you, and there are thousands of more, where they're saying we will achieve well-being through firstly also creating our own localized self-sufficiency, being self-sufficient for basic needs to the extent it's possible, and then also making the state accountable to us for whatever else we need. That is really the alternative instead of what we are today calling development. And we know from across the world that when companies or governments come in saying, okay, once we build a nuclear power reactor here, or we do mining here, you'll all get jobs and you'll all be happily, living happily ever after. Or if we have to displace you from your land, we'll give you good compensation, we'll give you land elsewhere, etc. But across the world, the experience is that in 60, 70, 80% of the cases, this does not happen. A few people do get jobs. Most people don't. Labor comes in from outside. Most of the high-end jobs, the technically qualified jobs go to outsiders, not to the local communities. They don't have those qualifications. So you end up actually disempowering the community, taking away their land in the promise of jobs, which often or usually, in fact, don't materialize. And then meanwhile, of course, there's cultural impact, social impacts, etc. So to my mind, I think we have to be able to tell these stories of what has actually happened in so many parts of the world in the promise of development, in the promise of especially corporatized development, and also tell the stories of where people are trying alternative approaches. So very fundamental redefinition of development itself is needed. In fact, in the book Pluriverse, we actually don't call it development at all. We say alternatives to development, because the word development itself has got so co-opted by the powerful. In terms of renewable energy, I mean, let me first state that we clearly need a shift away from fossil fuel towards, say, solar, wind, etc. Right? There's no doubt about that. But I think there are three very, very crucial things in that shift. Number one, who's taking decisions and who is controlling that shift, right? And if you look at in most parts of the world today, That is happening again through the same centralized agencies which were doing fossil fuel and now want to do renewable energy, whether it's governments or it's private sector. Take British Petroleum or any of the big energy companies, they're all moving to renewable, but they are controlling it, and it's for profits that they're doing this. It's not for the planet or for people, right? So first important part of this is that the shift has to happen to decentralized renewable energy, which is in the hands and the control of communities and collectives. There are many examples around the world of energy sovereignty, similar to food sovereignty, where local cooperatives are now producing their own power and distributing it locally. And there's no big corporation or government that is actually in control. So that, and that would also mean that whatever is appropriate in your area, solar is not necessarily appropriate everywhere. Wind is not necessarily appropriate. Whatever is appropriate, or the mix that is appropriate in your area, is where you would head to and your community would head to. That's one very crucial thing. Second, we have to control demand. No energy source is going to be sustainable if we just keep increasing our demands ad infinitum, right? So therefore, we have to ask ourselves the question, how much energy demand is justified? And this leads to a lot of more complex and difficult questions. Construction, for instance. Traditionally, buildings were made to work within the environment, right? And in India, certainly, for instance, a lot of the traditional construction was where the building would be cool inside in summer and warm in winter, because we were using wood or earth or mud or whatever. Today, with cement and concrete having, dominated construction, we actually need artificial sources of energy inside, which are otherwise not needed. So the same thing with transportation. So challenging energy demand, and of course, luxury demand. Lots of completely crazy luxury demand that is absolutely unnecessary. And the third part of that, which is linked to the second one, is redistribution. We already have societies in which some sections of society are consuming way too much energy and other resources. Others don't have enough. So anything that I'm saying here should not be about denying those who don't have enough from their demands, not at all, which could include growth, but in an indirect way. But to say that, well, redistribution, I mean, if there are families where they have 5 bedrooms and every bedroom has an air conditioner, and there are other families which have not even a fan, there has to be drastic redistribution there. And all of this, as you would of course know, needs political transformation. It's not going to happen. It's not, the rich are not going to just suddenly say, oh yeah, you're right, we'll give you all our whatever we've been over consuming. So these 3 things are very, I think, important in the energy transition for us to consider, not just the mechanics of fossil fuel to renewable energy. Thanks.
Thanks, Ashish. Rachel, please read the question. Courtney, yes, go ahead while we wait. Yes.
Okay. I want to speak a bit more or ask a question around tactics, right? And I think around the strategies that the multiple strategies that we need to be using to achieve this kind of, alternatives, the alternatives spoken about in the charter, but also, in this presentation. A lot of the time in the alternatives thinking space, there's a kind of a thinking that we can't engage with the system, or that we should be working outside of the system. So, for example, what are the, should we even be working on policy change if the policies are being implemented by a corrupt government, right? Are we engaging in elections, for example, when we know that elections are not necessarily fair in certain contexts? When we, especially in South Africa, when we were, confronted with the Just Energy Transition Partnership, the JETP money, many in the alternative space, but also in, kind of the not the mainstream, were saying, well, we completely reject this deal, right? And yes, that is a tactic, but is there a space for working within the system? And so for example, these financial deals will go ahead without us, right? And if so, if there is a way that there's multiple tactics we need to be using. Yes, those rejecting and boycotting certain processes, but then also some people working within the space to transform that space. If that is the reality and that's what we need to be doing, how do we do that without prolonging the alternatives? Because that's what we kind of say, right? Like we'll work within the system, but then is it dividing our attention? Like, I'm just thinking from a campaign's point of view, from actually building the movement. Do we actually need to be calling everybody out of the space and saying, nobody interact with this, or nobody interact with commercial and industrial agriculture anymore, and everyone moves to agroecology? What are the benefits of completely disengaging? But also, what are the tactics to have kind of that almost like, tactics that appeal to various groups and stakeholders?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, a question that we're all facing all the time, and I think very, very important for us to discuss. And again, no easy answers. I'm going to split this into two parts. One is the question of reforms versus revolution, or reforms and revolution, let's say. And the other is with and against the system, with or against the system, right? Now, if we take the first one, actually, in both cases, what we're saying is that we will have to work simultaneously on both. In fact, even very revolutionary activists or ideologues, such as if you take the most important ideologue of the Kurdish movement, that's Abdullah Öcalan, who's been in prison in a Turkish solitary confinement for the last 25 years. He writes very vehemently against the state at all. Even Mahatma Gandhi, in the struggle against British Empire, said that the state is an enemy of the people. But in both cases, they also recognize that in the here and now, there is a state, there is a country within which you're located, or there's a centralized power within which you're located. So you also have to be negotiating, even as you fight for autonomy, freedom, etc. And it's the terms of that engagement which become very important. So if you were to, let's take food. Now, in India, there are millions of people who don't have adequate access to food. Yeah. We are and could be arguing that we need food sovereignty, a complete transformation in food systems where there's much more local control, much more access that the poor have, etc., through their own agency and their own means. But that's going to take time. 20 years, 30 years, two generations, we don't know, right? And we keep moving in that direction. But meanwhile, we also tell the government that your food distribution currently is really bad. It needs to be improved. And you have to take steps where those who are currently starved or malnourished immediately have access to food through the public distribution system, which we have in India, but it's very poor and very inefficient, right? And so in some cases, movements have actually been successful in forcing the state to have a proper food distribution system, which then gives access to those who are poorest and who can't afford to buy it from the market, right? But at the same time, these groups are also involved with other groups who are arguing for food sovereignty and for a complete transformation also towards organic, natural, biologically diverse, local community controlled, small farmer controlled agriculture. What is tricky, of course, between the two is what are the reforms that could actually help in radical transformation, and what are the reforms which only reinforce the status quo? Now, again, in India, examples I give of the first and the second. A reform such as the Food Security Act in India, which was important because of what I just said, that people didn't have access and the government should be made accountable for that, was a reform that kind of reinforced the system, because it basically just ended up saying the government, we are now dependent on the government to make sure that people have adequate food. What the movement could and should have argued for is a Food Security and Sovereignty Act law, which brings in both the elements, where you are immediately taking steps to provide food to those who don't have enough, but also in the longer term, the law itself is, and the movements are moving towards much more local control, right? So much less government and corporate control over that. The second example I can give you is the right to information. I don't know if I'm sure South Africa also has a Freedom of Information Act. We call it here the Right to Information Act, where citizens have a right to access all government information except one or two sectors. And this happened about 20 years back in India after a lot of people struggle. And I think of that as a reform within the system, but which is moving towards further opening up cracks in the system. So moving towards more transformation, more revolution. And if you look at the reforms and revolution from this perspective, then the answer to the second question of how much does one engage with the state or work only outside and against the state kind of emerges automatically. So there'll be sections of the movement that are doing this thing of within and opening up the cracks. And there'll be those outside who are pushing that much further so that the cracks actually start making the system crumble. But at the same time, constructing the new systems that we want or the new structures that we want, which means that if you have 100 organizations working on, let's say, food, they need to be very, very well working with each other to make this happen, with some doing some doing something else, some within the system, some outside the system. Unfortunately, we know that in civil society, we argue so much about these things that we don't often manage to coordinate in this particular manner. But we're trying to do that. So in the Vikalp Sangam process, which I mentioned, the alternatives conference process in India, we have about 95 organizations, and there's a whole spectrum of them. Some who work within the system, but pushing open the cracks, some who work from outside the system to push for much more fundamental transformation. Then there's constant discussion and dialogue about how do we work together and not weaken each other. So that's all I can say. As I said, it's very complex. And sorry, so the same thing with elections. That even as you argue for local autonomy, self-determination, and so on, people also within the same networks try and fight for reforms in the electoral system. For instance, reforms where the money, there is a cap on how much money each party or each candidate can use, or where the for a central fund from where the monies are taken rather than private monies and so on. So, I mean, these are the sorts of reforms you can fight for till the election system exists. And as you also move more and more towards communities gaining self-determination, autonomy on the ground.
Ashish, do you still have about 5-10 minutes? Because
sure,
we have about four questions.
Yeah,
okay,
10 minutes.
So we'll start. Okay, so we'll start with a question online, and then we'll do Ndivile, Charles, and then Charles. Yes, Rachel.
Okay, I have a question from Janet Cherry, and they're asking, what are your thoughts on Kerala and of Rojava in relation to autonomy from the state or working through the state at local or regional level to implement alternatives?
So thanks, Janet. I think it's related to the response I just gave. So, you know, of course, the context of the two are very, very different. So one cannot really compare Rojava with Kerala. You have a Indian state that is increasingly authoritarian, but nowhere near as violent and autocratic as, let's say, the Turkish state or the Iraqi state, right, within which, or the Iranian state within which the Kurdish revolution is trying to do what it's doing. So it's very difficult to compare the two. But in terms of the principles of local autonomy and so on, what happened in Kerala, but has become much weaker now in terms of local village level development planning, was within the same framework of the state. It was a leftist state. They believed in much more local decision-making process. So they pushed through policy and legal changes which enabled villages to be much more self-reliant. But they didn't go full distance. And so you still had centralization of some of the economic resources, centralization of legal powers, and still the ability of the government to allow or not allow, let's say, corporations like Coca-Cola to come in. Now, so the same state that enables village level decision making gives a license to Coca-Cola to go and mine water from a rural area in Kerala. And it's only when the communities start fighting, resistance on the ground and taking it all the way to the courts, that Coca-Cola has to withdraw, right? But this is something the state itself should have done if it really meant to be in the welfare and the benefit of people, right? So it's a mixed situation. mean, certainly Kerala has gone further in decentralization than almost any other state in India, but they have their own internal limits of how far even a leftist government wants to take that level of autonomy. In the case of the Kurdish, of course, the nation states have never wanted to even allow for that kind of self-determination. And so the movement has had to actually fight whole hog against the nation states in which they're fighting, in which they're located, and arguing for complete autonomy and totally breaking away from that nation state. But as I said, because they're still located within them, even people like Ojalan or many of the local groups are having to also engage into negotiation to the extent that they feel there might be space to create a policy decision in Istanbul or wherever that could allow them much greater freedom. But they've repeatedly failed in actually doing this. So if you speak to the Kurdish movement now, they're saying there's no point in engaging with negotiations anymore. We just have to fight on the ground. So it's very different context, I think, to these two.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Ashish, for a thought-provoking presentation. I want to question the word development. You alluded in your presentation that defining or unpacking development is difficult because it means different things to different people. Now, this is the argument of the global north, you know, when it comes to climate change finance, especially the adaptation finance, because they argue that global south countries, developing and underdeveloped countries, need to fund their own adaptation needs, rather than having a pot where global north is the main contributor to that pot, because they say that money is going to be used for development rather than adaptation. Now, in my understanding of development, how do you separate the two? How do you adapt to the climate impacts in a developing state or underdeveloped state with ailing infrastructure? For an example, the flowers of transformation that you shared with us. Developing countries and underdeveloped countries, obviously they will lack in all these areas. Now, how do you address climate change while you're neglecting addressing development? If you have an ailing infrastructure, obviously it will be vulnerable to the climate change shocks. Then how do you not address development? I'd like to hear your opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very, very interesting question. Again, very complex and impossible to give any kind of a satisfactory answer within 2 minutes. But let me give a few thoughts towards a dialogue on this. So, firstly, I think let's say, I don't use the word developed and developing and underdeveloped for the reasons I've already given, but let's say the rich countries, or actually I call them the destroyed countries, you know, those who have actually already destroyed their ecology, now they're destroying the rest of the world. But let's say the rich countries, the rich industrialized countries, arguing that the global south needs to fund its adaptation is, to my mind, completely wrong. But the approach that we have done, or our governments have done, to say that, look, you need to give us the money for the adaptation, has not been in the form that we should be doing, which is to say, for the last 500 years, you people have actually taken so much out of the global atmosphere and resources that it should be repatriation. It should be compensation for past damage. Unfortunately, we as in our governments have often gone about it asking for it's almost like it's charity. Right. So saying that it is our right to be compensated for the past injustices, and that it's repatriation restitution that we're talking about, is what we should be arguing for. Global South to Global North might still refuse, as they have been doing. But of course, I'm just talking about what the narrative should be. Now, insofar as adaptation needs money, finance, for the technologies or for whatever needs to be done, then this is a valid demand, right? But I think I would like to add a few nuances there. One, a lot of adaptation actually is not about finances and technology. A lot of adaptation, not all, but a lot of adaptation is actually about, for instance, switching back from chemical-based farming to proven, traditional, biologically diverse ways of farming. And many movements are actually doing that, saying that our own traditional systems, maybe with some new techniques, are much more adaptive to climate change than the modern systems. And to do that, we actually don't need huge amounts of money. The 5,000 Dalit women farmers whose example I gave you now are actually saying our agriculture is much more climate resilient than anything that you gave us. And we didn't need huge amounts of money to make these transformations. So which part needs the money, which could be certain technologies, etc., and which part actually could be through social, political, ecological changes is what I think we need a much closer analysis of this. And of course, this will differ from place to place and country to country. The second nuance I would like to add there is that actually, I don't think that we are lagging behind in all those 5 spheres. If you take many of those spheres, for instance, ecological sustainability, many of our regions and countries are actually much better off than many of the industrialized countries. And this is especially the case if you were to look at the overall ecological footprint of our societies versus theirs, right? But even what they've done to their own countries. Take England as an example. Almost all of its nature has been destroyed. And of course, they've destroyed a lot across the world. So they're not necessarily all good. I mean, if you take some of the industrialized countries, they have a much higher suicide rates than many of the so-called developing or underdeveloped countries. So this is why that flower of transformation is very interesting, because what it does is to give us a much more nuanced picture of which region, which people, which countries actually better off than others. And that is not necessarily those who are so-called developed today. If you take language diversity, knowledge diversity, cultural diversity, we're way ahead of the United States and Europe, right? But we may be behind on certain other factors. I mean, appropriate technologies, for instance. I don't know. So we need to do this much more nuanced analysis, even as we keep making the demands for our right to the global environment and our right, therefore, to the global finances that we really genuinely need for making, for adaptation or for other transformations that we need. And there have been some very interesting, sort of proposals for how to make that happen. I mean, long back, we're talking about 30 years back was the Tobin tax, or 20 years back, right? Of just a 1% tax on all the financial transactions around the world, which could provide enough money for the entire global south for at least basic things that we need. Or even within our countries, and this is another nuance I want to add. Let's take India. Economists have calculated that a 2% tax on the income of the richest 5% of India and a 1% inheritance tax would give us enough money for universal healthcare, universal food, universal education. Just that much. Now, that's a political shift that has to happen within India, even as we argue for redistribution from the global north. Within India, the global north within the country, and I'm sure it's the same with South Africa, is so rich, there is actually so much money that redistribution within the country would at least give us some amount of what we need in terms of finances, which is not to let the global north run away, but I'm just saying that this is also part of the much more nuanced way of looking at it.
Last 2 questions. There's Charles who's going to come first, and after that, Fadel. Yes, Charles.
Ashish, thank you so much for this powerful and insightful presentation. My question is around the commons and the role of the commons economy in the pluriverse of alternatives that you're talking about. The commons doesn't have the growth imperative of capitalism. And Hardin's postulation was that the tragedy of the commons is that everyone has access. But of course, that has been ahistorical, because the problem is not that everyone has access, but a few have control over all the resources. And I mean, if you look at the inequality report, you can see who is responsible for the climate crisis. And that's why we've been calling for the rich to pay their ecological debt. So I'd like you to just expatiate a bit on the commons economy. And the second thing relates to the question you posed to us of who is going to catalyze the transformation. And I'd like to, having the right of one who's asking a question, I'm taking it back to you now as to who is going to catalyze that transformation and the role of communities in that in the transformation itself. Because I sometimes feel concerned when I look at the climate justice space. Sometimes I feel that communities are being left behind and we have activists and activism that is not based in communities, sort of speaking on behalf of communities with a sort of savior mentality without being based and grounded and rooted in the community struggles. So just like your opinions on those two things. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. On the commons, well, I mean, like you said, there is plenty of very good literature on this. And I think the sorts of examples that we're seeing across the world of recommoning, where spaces have been enclosed, you know, the enclosure movement from the UK and then it's spread across the world where, you know, fencing and all of that, stakes being created and all of that happened, to actually reopen those fences, to reopen spaces for the collectives rather than for private, like a car park into an actual public park. I think those are actually showing us not just the not just the concept, but the practice of the commons. And so this is very important, but also resistance against the continued enclosure and privatization of the commons, which is happening across the world in the name of development or whatever else. The principles of the commons, as of course, were expanded very well earlier, but continued to be evolved because, you know, she was working within a certain context. There's a lot more diversity of the commons across the world. And so, you know, there's continuous evolution of what the commons mean and what are the principles. But some of the fundamental things, of course, is about collective decision making. Here in India, that has been taken forward into saying collective decision making needs to happen through consensus, but consensus itself is a very complex process. So what does it mean? How do people actually have voice in being part of consensus and not just as a tokenist kind of thing? And then how do they deal with the commons? There's some very interesting efforts. For instance, one village in central India has used a very old Indian law that came up because of a Gandhian movement, where they have all the private agricultural landowners of the village have contributed all their private land into the village commons. So every inch of land in that village is now part of the commons because they have realized after 12 years, 13 years of discussion that private property fundamentally is part of the problem. You can't create the current transformations we want. Or if you take the other example I showed you a picture of in on urban transformation. So Christiania in Copenhagen has for the last 40 years been a community of about 5,000, 6,000 people of what they call anarchic communal living. So again, no centralized power, etc., but also no private property. So if you and your partner are currently living in a house and you have children, your children won't inherit that house. Okay, and all the businesses are run through collectives. So there's many different sort of experiments of commoning, recommoning, sustaining the commons, the traditional commons, etc. And here, very important also, it's not just physical and material and land commons, but also ideas, intellectual commons, arts commons. So the the sort of intangible cultural heritage commons, and to bring those back into the commons rather than privately controlled or so. Struggles against intellectual property rights. Why do I not have a copyright on my presentation? Because I don't believe in copyright, right? I believe in copyleft or Creative Commons, so to speak. Yeah. So the commons has a lot of different dimensions to it, but all very, very interesting, and we need to fight much more for those. Who will be the catalyst? Let me start with who I think will not be the catalyst. I don't think political parties will be. Of the fundamental transformations we're talking about, some leftist political parties or green political parties might be moving a little bit in that direction, but they're still kind of stuck within certain frameworks. I don't think NGOs will be, though NGOs who actually work meaningfully with communities can be very much part of the catalyst, who can help with transformations, but I don't think they themselves. I think what you're pointing to is what I would also be inclined to believe. The agency of the communities on the ground, indigenous peoples, local fishing communities, farmer communities, urban neighborhoods, slum dwellers, shack dwellers, people who have been on the margins for all these decades or centuries, but are increasingly expressing their agency. And within them, those who have been marginalized, like women or young people or landless, etc. To me, those are already the catalysts of the most wonderful transformations happening across the world, and will, I think, be the biggest or the most important catalyst. For the rest of us who are not necessarily in that situation, we need to recognize that agency and support it, be in support. And if we can't be in support, at least move out of the way. So, and in that, I agree with you completely. If I, for instance, am trying to speak on behalf of the indigenous peoples of India, then I am actually in the way of what should be the real catalyst, that is those communities themselves. So at the very least, I should just step aside and say, okay, here are my thoughts, but I'm not speaking on behalf of them. But more than that, I can actually be in support of. And I think we all have that possibility. Just to give you one quick example, and then I'll finish. In 2003 was the World Parks Congress in Durban. The entire conservation community of the world, 10,000 people coming together to talk about conservation, wildlife, protected areas, etc. And we managed to get enough finances to bring 150 people from indigenous peoples, fishing communities, local peasant communities into that for the first time ever in history. And when they spoke about their rights, their conservation practices, their territorial practices, their knowledge systems, their institutions, the whole flavor of the meeting changed. And you actually saw paradigm shifts in international conservation policy within the IUCN and within the Biodiversity Convention, because of the fact that here were people from the ground who were speaking for themselves rather than an Ashish Kothari or somebody else speaking on their behalf. But at least we had that role of enabling them to be in a gathering like that. I think that is what our role would be, to help with the real catalysts. So that would be my way of sort of my response or my inclination towards that question.
And final question, Sheikh Fadel from Solidarité Si Sutura, Senegal. He's going to ask in Wolof, and Ibrahima is going to interpret.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Vraiment content nañu ci présentation bi.
Very happy for this presentation.
Parce que permettre nañu ñu mëna xam lu bari ci àddina bi.
That has helped us to know, understand a lot of things from throughout the world.
Tey jii ñu gis ne àddina ndekete crise yàgg na fi, ay crise yàgg na fi.
Help us to understand that there are crises in this world for long.
ñu gis ne communauté yi yàgg nañu nekk itam di xeex, parce que gis nañu fi tey li xew Inde, xew Kurdistan, xew Pérou.
Seeing that community has been always committed on struggles.
mu nekk ay communauté yoo xamante ne vraiment résister nañu.
For the resistance to.
am seen résilience aussi.
Resilient.
Parce que ki yooyu mu wane léegi 32 villages yooyu ñi xamante ne dañu demoon ba manqué autosuffisance alimentaire, amoon malnutrition, ñoom si seen biir ñu lijjanti ba béy ba mën a fexe ba léegi am autosuffisance alimentaire, seen doom yëpp itam mën a am nutrition.
I think the example you gave from these 32 villages who struggled, from crisis to be sufficiency, food sovereignty, and so.
Vraiment loolu mu nekk loo xamante ne jàng nañu si bu baax léegi nag.
It is very interesting to have this kind of example to learn from it.
ñu gis ne nag léegi si àdduna bi dëkk yi bokkuñu ay giseen, bokkuñu ay tëralin.
We see that in this world today we have different views and strategies.
Quand je prends l'exemple du Sénégal.
If you take the example of Senegal.
Tey jii si sunu loi yi ñoom ni ñu ko tëggee.
According to our laws.
dañuy wax ne suuf si ak lépp liy génne si suuf si peuple bi moo ko moom.
It is said that the land and every product from this land belongs to the community, the people.
te peuple boobu ko moom dafa am ñoo xamante ne ñoom ñoo yore nguur ñooñu ñoo yor lii peuple bi moom.
And what is remaining to the people, I mean, it is, we can say it, there are some governments who are having it in their hands.
bu ma jëlee région bu mel ni Kédougou xam ne seen suuf bi ñu doon béyee si suuf si dafa am or si suuf.
Taking the example on mining in Kédougou, where they have gold, for example, so under the, yes, from the mining, gold mining, yes.
ñu xëy jëlee leen fa ñoom ñëpp joxe kii bi parce que or bi dañ ko war a génn te bu ñu ko génnee Sénégal gépp ñoo ko bokk Kédougou moomu ko.
And for this reason, they have been displaced because of this mining. But what is coming out is as output, it not be just for this community, but for the whole country.
léegi nag ñun question bi ma bëgg a poser mooy communauté yi bu ñu ñoom seen bopp mënuñu xeexal seen bopp léegi état yi ñoom ñoo yore baat bi léegi nag ñun en tant que communauté ndax bu ñu bëggee sunu baat ñu dégg ko lan la ñuy def ndax dañuy dem intégrer si parti politique yi pour def politique parce que politique yi ñooy définir li ñu war a doxee.
So the issue is that the communities have their demand, and to struggle, so do they need to integrate maybe what the governments are doing, or should they go on their own way? That is the question that he's asking.
Non, parce que bu ñu ko deful sunu baat mënul yegg parce que ñun rek à nous seuls mënuñu yeggale sunu baat fa ñu ko bëgg a yeggale ñi ko mën a yeggale mooy les autorités léegi nag autorités yooyu ndax donc ñun dañuy dem si politique pour sunu baat mën a yegg fa mu war a yegg wala nan la ñu war a def pour mën a yeggale sunu baat.
Just asking advices for that, for these communities, how to manage to get their right and their voice to be heard. So is it the only way to go on politics or not, or is there any alternatives?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheikh, and hi, Ibrahim. Nice to see you. Well, I don't know the Senegal context, so it's not easy to answer this. But in general, where communities are being asked to move because of mining, in this case gold, but it could be anything else, our experience is that they usually end up becoming much worse off, much poorer. A few people from the community get jobs. Maybe some people will get good compensation for their land, but most people end up becoming laborers or having to move into a city to work as, servants or something else like that. So overall, I don't know any example anywhere in the world where mining has actually benefited the whole community in a sustainable long-term way, right? So that is one thing to understand. So one of the things that you could do is to have community people going to other places where mining has happened and then speaking to those communities who have been displaced to ask them their experience. Did they get what they were promised, or did they actually lose a lot of what they had? So that's one important thing. Secondly, I think the communities need to empower themselves with the knowledge of what kind of alternative practices would actually enable them to stay where they are, but also enhance their livelihoods, improve their economy, and improve the rights, the collective rights to their own lands. I think in South Africa, I have not yet been there. I hope to visit there end of September. But if you look at the Holobeni, the Amadiba Crisis Committee area down in the coast near Durban, I'm sure RLS and other local organizers can tell you more. They have resisted also against proposed mining project. And they're saying, no, we will sustain what we have been doing and enhance our own livelihoods with our own economy. Rather than accept the mining, right? And it's a very interesting and important resistance movement that the example of which is very important. Or if you take Nigeria, oil mining came in with all these promises that people will become rich and people will get jobs and all of that. And we know the consequences, right? The horrible consequences of oil exploration and mining in Nigeria. So these examples must be given to the community. They must be shown these examples. And then also examples of where people have built up alternative economies. And then that choice is finally, of course, the communities to make. And I can't make that to me, Ibrahim. It has to be the community who makes the final choice. But at least they have the full information of the implications of going in any one of these directions. And that means sometimes having to work against the government, sometimes having to work maybe with some officials or politicians who are actually sympathetic to what they're saying. It means having to work with national and global networks that would support them, because alone they may not be able to do all of this. So we also have many global networks where communities are supported for this kind of thing. So I think all of this would be very, very important.
Another round of applause for Ashish. I mean, we can listen to Ashish all day because the number of examples he shares with us every day is just amazing. He has a really deep knowledge of these post-growth solutions that we started talking about yesterday, and we're really happy that he is visiting us. And Ashish, I just wanted to mention very quickly before you go that some of the communities that you're going to visit, we have some delegates here from that community which resisted this mine. So they also meeting you for the first time. Thank you so much, Ashish, and we look forward to receiving the presentation that you made so that we can share it with all the communities. As you heard from the last people, we have communities from all over Africa with us today. And so we're going to try and have a continent-wide dissemination. Thank you so much for dedicating time to engage with us. And we're really happy that there was so much interaction and so much desire to ask questions, and we are going to continue that conversation when you come in the podcast that we mentioned. The dates that we gave, obviously, we are going to coordinate with you to get the right time when you are in South Africa. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for the organizing and for the opportunity. And I hope to see some of you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. So, after that brilliant presentation, I don't know of many more people that can follow after Ashish. So what we've decided to do is that we're just going to do some logistics, and that will be it. So we crave your indulgence for about 30 more minutes, and we should be more or less ready to wrap up. But first, I would like Janine to come and give something to one of the organizers who've worked so hard and so tirelessly with us over the last couple of weeks. Siko, before you go anywhere, come and get something from Janine. Thank you. Thanks, Janine. So the The others are going to receive their word of gratitude at the very end. Right now, I think we're just going to show you the website that we've been working on and what it looks like at the moment. Siviwe, can you please, you need a few moments of that? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly present the website, and then we are going to present one or two other books that we've been working on, and that will be it. And the reason for that is because most of the delegates who have come in would like to visit the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center. So are you doing the presentation from there, Siviwe?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Sorry about that. I'd just like to direct your attention to the screen. This is the website for Indigenous Knowledge Systems. And I think the idea to design this or to establish this website was just to share some of the research and insights on these knowledge systems. So I'll be just giving a brief tour on how to navigate the website, although I would have to say now it's fairly simple. So what we have here is the landing page or the home page, and it has features of research on these indigenous knowledge systems, and I think most of them speaks to the topics that were discussed yesterday. And obviously the other sections of it speak to on why this website was created. And I think here, am I speaking too close to it? Okay. And just as you scroll down the website, you'll see some images, some research that was generated by some of the researchers here, I think Tristan, and obviously Ibrahim and Roland. I think some images here speak to research that was done, for instance, in Benin, on the knowledge, indigenous knowledge systems in Benin rather. And once we go down, we'll start to see sections including research on the need for knowing our history, speaking here on the decolonial history for Africa. And I think a few case studies were selected here just to consider the origins of these countries and their histories. And then once we go down, further down, please bear with me here. Once we go further down, we'll just see a section on the seed sovereignty, and I think this speaks to the importance of the diversification of seeds, alluding to some of the discussions that were had yesterday. I won't go down or deep into these research and the contents. Fortunately, I was not a part of their writing. So we go further down and we see another section on the reclaiming of the soil and the seed as well, just featuring a few discourses and maybe their critiques as well. And yeah, just gonna go down again. And then we have the food section, which should have, I think, some images. The website itself is not fully functional at the moment. So we don't have all the content and information where it should be. And then we have, I think, the basic introduction on African life philosophies. Some of them were spoken to yesterday. We do know, I think the more popular ones, Ubuntu, Ujamaa. There was an introduction of Fulapu, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, and there will probably be more discussions on Usotwa, life philosophies. And I think I'll just stop there, but once we go up, look at your top right section, we'll see the resources tab right there. When you click on it, it will take you to a different page that includes articles, photos, videos. And those are some of our resources that we have. And also some parts of this page are not yet functional now, but once they are, you'll be able to download the photos that, and I think the videos as well, for your own personal use or collection in this landing or rather page. And just next to the resources tab, we'll see that world map icon. And when you click there, it will take you to this map of Africa, which is unfortunately also not fully functional. But when it is, you will definitely be able to, if you click on a specific country, it will definitely take you to a different page where there's research and resources that were done on that specific country. So yeah, I think this is fairly simple. Once the website is fully functional, the link I think will be widely circulated with everyone. I think that's it. Yeah.
So the name that we've chosen for the website, we put it on the book dividers that we gave out yesterday. Denchema.com. Denchema is an Adinkra. I'm sure you are familiar with the Adinkra symbols. And the Denchem is the symbol of the crocodile, which is resilience and adaptability. That is what that symbol means. And that is the name we used for the website, Denchem Africa. And it's going to be fully functional in more or less about 2 or 3 weeks. The reason for that is because we have lots of photos that we took. Each one maybe between 15 and 30 megabytes. And for the website, we need to shrink all of those down to less than 1 megabyte each. Otherwise, it's very difficult to navigate from one page to the other. So that is the message we have from our web designer. And so within 2 or 3 weeks, we should have access to that website. It's really, really exciting. Many of you in this room participated in that project, on that journey. We also have a coffee book that is going to come later in the year with some of the images from this project. And so we're really, really excited with the results that we've seen so far. The next thing that we're going to quickly talk about, Ibrahima is going to, in 5 minutes, just tell us about these 2 books here on the table.
Thank you too much. I think we had Ashish himself is part of this group, this working group called Beyond Development. So the issue is how to tackle this issue of development and to have critics on it and also to think about alternatives. That means today, when we talk about all this crisis, capitalism crisis, which lead also to value crisis, I think it's because we have an understanding of development that has today its limits, and today it's important to bring this debate, and it is what this group is doing. One of our meetings was in Ecuador, where we have been to some communities. Also, the issue of development has been really, in some countries or some languages, mother tongue, they say, we don't have this word. It is different. That means if we make just word by word, so we will lose the sense of that. That's why some countries, some are developing their own way of understanding. It could be well-being, and I believe in my country, we have tried to copy, to translate it, but it is not what we feel. I think it is one of the issues that we do. And this group has been in Senegal 2022, also for 1 week, with the tour, meeting communities, debating on this subject, and we had this idea of having a project of one book. It comes on the right time because today green colonialism is a big debate. I think I'm citing Nkrumah, who said, be aware that the colonizer comes back as an investor. And it is what we are facing. The whole countries are being invaded by a new rush on of investors in the name of, it could be climate change, just transition, all these points. And I see sometimes that they are so fine that they create some nice words that attractive, so to fill it in the gap. And this is one of them. And I think who believes that colonialization is over, I think it's because we are dreaming. I think today there is a new way of intimidating, of maybe having strength on these countries. And maybe one example why we stayed green, because we talk about reparation. We all know that climate change, it is like a song that any child can sing, that we know that Africa is not producing this problem. We are the ones who are being really affected, and also we are living the consequences of that. And today, we are asking for reparation. And all these COP meetings, I have the feeling that sometimes we go there as beggars, really. That is my feeling. You know, my first time going to COP and seeing some banks there, it's just like it is a show that we are where we are. Because if it is moving, it's not too much, you know. And today, even if they ask, they say that this reparation, maybe in loss and damage, in terms of funds that will be granted, you know, I think it is the joke that we are always facing. But in all case, today, I'm taking one example of this hydrogen. People are talking, when we talk about hydrogen, that means we need sun, we need also water. Yesterday, we had a good debate on waters in Africa. How difficult is it? And this project is to use water and sun. I'm talking about sun because we think the renewable energy would be something. I always make an appeal on Germany. If we talk about reparation, I mean, the know-how, it should be not money that we need, maybe know-how on how to make some solar panels and so. And today, our sun will be the key of this project. That means our water, our sun, they work together on that and create what we call hydrogen, and which it will be directed back to Europe. It is a feeling that we have to talk about it. Maybe I'm too sensitive to that, but I think this is a reality. Yes. And who are the people who are being affected by that? Fisher communities, we know, because the water, sometimes they try to take water from the sea, trying to desalinize it, you know, and all this issue. And that's why this book is come on the right time. I think it is, there are some big projects throughout Africa, and I think it has been some contribution from different countries, you know, some experiences change, and we have the representation of Africa. Somebody like Nimo Basse wrote on it, and I think it's really important to have it. It is a great chance. We have had some launch. It was in Abuja, also in Lagos, I think. Yes, and I hope that we will have it in different languages. Why not? Because the context of West Africa today, the context of West Africa is really on this issue, because that I think when we see all this geopolitical issue in West Africa, it is because of we want to be autonomous, I think. I don't know if the word in English, but to get back to our resources. And even taking these resources, not as a weapon, because I don't like the word weapon, but if we have, I think it is the only thing that we can put on the table for discussion. When we go to the climate meetings and running after each decision, political decision, I think we have something to put on the table. It is the whole world needs Africa. I'm not saying that Africa will lead the world. It's not about leading, but we just need to have a fair relationship to the rest of the world. And I think these resources that we have, you cannot have iPhone or something without African, our contribution is inside. But who knows that? I mean, I don't want to bring new debate here. I was just supposed to present the book, and you are really welcome to read it and to have your feedback on that. Thank you.
So we are giving away 2 copies, and we're going to give these 2 copies to those who are not. Well, we're going to give one to someone who wasn't here yesterday and who couldn't participate in the photo. So the director of the Norwegian Fund in Southern Africa, come. I don't know who's going to get this one. Oh, you claim it. It's yours.
Thank you so much.
So, the raffle. For those who were here yesterday and who could participate in the raffle, some photos were really very easy to adjudicate. One name, and so one person wins. The Chihuahua goes to Feria Adam. She's the only person who put her name on there. The Catalan Atlas goes to Janine because only Janine's name is on there. Divile is exclaiming now. I'm sure Divile is like, oh, I looked at it and there's no way that was up for grabs. Well, yes, it was. Okay, Ibrahima, can you come and tell us who wins the first one? I'm going to make you a lot of enemies now. No, right here.
Okay.
Pick one and read the name.
Robert.
That's me.
Farmer in rice field.
Farmer in rice field. Who are the losers? Do we need to read the losers? Okay, next one.
Let's make it fair, more fair. Otherwise, I don't know if he planned something. Oh, Charles.
Charles. So Charles wins the Pulaku, the boy with the.
I'm the worst guy to take this. Aurel? It's you. Half moon, Half moon.
Yes. 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 Did you? Uncle, this one. You've been chasing. You've been chasing Ramaphosa for a while. Yes.
From Nigeria, somebody. Can't tell.
New farming season. That one. Where carry the ball? This one right
This
here.
one?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
All this group, I have to take one.
Yes, that was.
I think this was that one here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you mix?
I don't know his. He doesn't trust woman farming. Which is it?
This one. Hey, this one.
This one, right?
Sama.
Do you want to read? Do you want to read the names of the losers?
No. Sorry,
that's my name. And finally, Ibrahima is going to do the gratitude.
Yes, I think we had a very nice time here. I just put two words before I get this. What I understand is that climate change is uniting us. That is the feeling I have. And from the broadest part of our work, from the deepest of thoughts, from our thought, and I think what I could understand from it is not climate, it's not the issue of just for people who think they are scholars or from universities and so. It is something that everybody in the world need to think of and have steps to do on the contribution. And this workshop would not be possible without you, your commitment. Thanks for taking time to travel and engage with other people every 2 days around topics that dear to us. Thanks to the Institute for African Alternatives, Shamiela, is it a good word? Ari, Christine, and especially Rachel, for the hard work in coordinating with us for the successful organizing of this event. Thanks to all partners that came through the Climate Reality Project, IFA, Hikoni, CARES, COPAC, Amadiba, Solidarity Sutura, DIMOR, and all the others. Thank you all. Especially we thank the accountants. We know how hard it is to work on that. Tafatswa and Lerato, thank you, Siviwe. Also, Rifilwe, our colleagues, for making this meeting possible. Thanks to Esther, Kholani, and Sanele. Who is Sanele there? Behind. Okay. The technical crew too, because it was very interesting, high class, well done. You know, I think finally our MC. Okay. Thank you too. I think special word for our directors who believe in us, you know, and made a lot of support, because we together today, we are trying to bring one example of cooperative cooperation, I mean, between offices. And I think we have support of all our colleagues, and it's very important, and it could not be done without our directors. Thank you to you. Thank you to my director, Klaus. Okay. You have the word.
So we are actually doing the official close so that some can go to the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center. It's not the close. So after that, those who stay back can watch the Fonio documentary with us, okay? So you're welcome to stay back if you're able to and watch that. So I'm going to give Jenny the mic to just say a word and then the official close, and then we'll have lunch and continue the rest of the program.
Be very brief because I think you're all hungry. Thank you so much for coming here from far places, from not so far places. I mean, I know we are all busy, and you know it is not always easy to take 2 or considering traveling 3 to 4 days of your time, but I think it is important to come also physically together and talk about all the challenges, but also, and I think this is what this was especially about the solutions and alternatives. I think this is a very special room for that, and I think also that this is something special about us, you know, as a group, as a whole, because usually it is more superficial, and you know, the talk is more about very superficial solutions, but here this is deep talk. And thank you for trusting us for hosting. And hopefully we will see each other again. Special thanks again to Roland and Ibrahima, because they are the brain of that project. And I think, you know, everyone knows without you it wouldn't be possible. So thank you very much. And this should actually be your place because you are the one, but thank you.
Bon appétit.